Welcome to the City Council's June 2nd special City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. I would like to introduce staff and City Council members present: Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council Member Kat Carlton, City Council Member Betsy Nash, City Council Member Ray Mueller. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, Interim City Attorney Cara Silver, and our City Clerk Judy Herron. Ms. Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and again, welcome everyone who has joined us. At this time, we ask that the City Council remain on screen during the duration of the meeting and control their own webcams and microphones. Staff will engage their microphones and webcams for staff presentations, as well as addressing any questions the City Council may have. For members of the public who wish to participate in public comment, after the mayor calls for public comment, you'll engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. This will alert us that you do have a public comment. At that time, I will open up your microphone and you will have the ability to address the City Council. I'll be repeating the public comment instruction later on in the meeting after the call for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. We have a new item on the agenda, an update by our Chief of Police on recent protests. And in order to add this item to the agenda, we need to take an emergency vote. Is that correct, Ms. Herron?
That is correct, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, do we have a motion on the floor to add this emergency item to the agenda? Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. By roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton?
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller? Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And to introduce this item, we have our Chief of Police, Dave Bertini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Dave Bertini, our police chief. I'm here tonight just to kind of give everybody an update about what has been transpiring these last few days and what the plan is going forward. Everyone knows that we are currently in a very tumultuous situation, nationwide. The actions of a minority of a police officer who had this horrible treatment of Mr. Floyd has caused a great swelling of anger and angst amongst everyone, including law enforcement, and we feel the same anger and angst and pain that everyone else does. In the last few days, we've had some protest activity. We're anticipating more. Yesterday, we had two very different types of protests that occurred. One in the morning that was organized by Mello Atherton, a student, which was attended by not only myself but the mayor, Councilmember Mueller, and Councilmember Nash. And at that time, I was able to address those protesters and tell them that they had a right to do exactly what they were doing, and I was really proud of seeing them in a very peaceful way do what they were doing. We then marched with them to Palo Alto and allowed them to express themselves as they are allowed to do constitutionally. Later in the evening, we had a different type of protest, unfortunately, that occurred when a large group of people starting on the freeway began to come off the freeway, and the only way I can describe their actions last night was kind of hooliganism in a certain way. Although there was no major injuries or property damage, they were spread out in vehicles, lighting off fireworks, kind of playing a cat and mouse game with the police that were responding to try to deter any kind of violence or any kind of destruction that were to occur. We were able to do that eventually successfully. They went through three different, well, actually four, if you count the freeway, 4 different jurisdictions, and we worked very closely with our partners to try in other agencies to try to head off any issues. Tonight, I know there's a lot of angst out there, especially in light of the curfew that the county has put out. There is a large protest that is set for Redwood City. It has already started. And there has been a social media post that's been kind of going around, and we as a police department have received numerous emails about it, indicating the possible potential for looting in San Mateo County during the evening hours tonight, all stemming from this peaceful protest that is going on in Redwood City. We have not been able to find any evidence that would indicate the information in the anonymous post is credible, but unfortunately, unbeknownst to everybody, by spreading it far and wide, we are now getting information that it could invite some folks into our county, into our communities, who want to take advantage of the peaceful protest to do harm, not only to our residents, but also our businesses. To that end, we have staffed up tonight and for the foreseeable future as many officers as we can on duty to protect our residents and our businesses against any possible action. Knowing full well that I have 9 officers, several in training and 4 vacancies. We're doing our best to staff up as much as possible, and we will be highly visible tonight and in the foreseeable future to try to dissuade any of these groups who are coming in to take advantage of this righteous anger and protest for their own gains, whether it's criminal destruction or just anarchy. We also have plans in place for mutual aid. I have been on the phone all day today with all of my colleagues up and down the peninsula in Santa Clara County and also San Mateo County. We have mutual aid in place and the ability to call up more mutual aid if that's necessary. We're hoping that it's not. And I just want to remind everybody that the curfew that went into a place today is countywide, San Mateo County-wide. It starts this evening at 8:30, and it prohibits anyone except for the certain few folks that are exempt from being outside between 8:30 and 5 a.m. And this is in place for the next 2 days. We will have these officers out enforcing that curfew. I've been told by the district attorney that they will, in fact, prosecute anyone who is breaking that curfew. So I would just ask that everybody please, stay indoors and during that time, and observe the curfew. One of the other concerns I had, and I know I shared this with the mayor yesterday during the march with the students and their parents, was that we are still under a COVID-19 pandemic. And I know and I understand that people's desire to go out and gather in groups like that, but it is very dangerous this time because of the pandemic. What we're really concerned about is new flare-ups because of this. So that's just an added concern on top of everything else. We have put out this information to the entire through all of our media channels to the entire city. Excuse me while I turn my radio off here. And at this point, I'd like to ask any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you, Chief Bertini. Are there any follow-up questions from the council? Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. Thank you for that information, Chief Bertini. We really appreciate knowing what the situation is. Could you give us and the public an overview of what are the crowd control approach and any escalation, and just hopefully, set everyone's, hopefully set people's mind at ease as to how our Menlo Park Police will approach crowds?
Right. First of all, you must understand that we have all sworn to uphold the Constitution, and the First Amendment of the Constitution explicitly says that people have a right to protest, to gather, and air their grievances, and we will do everything we can to protect their right to do that. there comes a time when it crosses the line. If that behavior crosses the line into criminal activity, whether it be looting, assaultive behavior towards police officers or the public, or destruction of property, then that tactic has to change. And we are trained in how to deal with those type of situations, and we will deal with them as they come up. I can assure you, we have a great deal of supervision out on the street right now. It's not just officers, junior officers by themselves. We have several supervisors who are out there also in charge of these squads that we're using, and they have been briefed by myself and my command staff this evening before they were deployed, and they will use their training and do everything within the parameters of law to keep people safe.
Councilmember Mueller.
Chief, first off, I want to say thank you for your comments yesterday and the way you comported yourself at the protests. It was really great to see. I know the public appreciated it. We appreciated it. So thank you for that and the solidarity you showed, leadership. Question I have for you has more to do with the curfew this evening, because I've never been somewhere where a curfew was ordered. And so and I'm not sure many residents in our city have been anywhere where a curfew was ordered. So everyone's being told there's a curfew, and I'm not sure, we all kind of think we know what that means, but what does it mean?
Certainly. Basically what it means is it makes it a criminal offense to be outside of your place of residence. There are exceptions to if you're seeking medical aid or medical attention. There's exceptions for those who are homeless. But other than the few exceptions that are listed in the order, folks need to just stay indoors, stay at home. I mean, it's very similar to the stay-at-home order. Shelter-in-place order that's already in place, and it just means that unless there is an emergency and you need medical attention that you are to, or there's obviously an emergency in your home and you need to leave the house, that you need to stay indoors in your house.
And what is the penalty? Like, what's the criminal violation? Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a fine? Like, what is it?
It's similar to the shelter-in-place. It is a misdemeanor crime. It's just like a vandalism, a DUI, a battery. It's 6 months in the county jail and up to $1,000 fine if convicted.
And the interaction between, so let's imagine that there is a group of high schoolers who are out tonight with their friends, don't know there's a curfew, and there's an interaction with the police who are rightly enforcing curfew. What's that interaction look like? How does that play out? How much time do they have to get to their homes?
Right. And, basically what this gives us on the county level is a tool. This is not something that we're going to aggressively go out and, unless there's obviously a group of folks that are doing something illegal or committing criminal acts, we're going to educate. We're just going to say, you may not have heard, although I think every cell phone in the area went off with the alert this evening, that there is a curfew and you need to get yourself home. And arrests for curfew will only be made when people do not abide by that or do not follow the orders that we've given them. It's very similar to how we're handling the shelter-in-place violations.
Okay. I appreciate it. And
Sure.
I think also though it was glossed over, I do want to make it clear to residents and to folks watching, the decision to go to shelter-in-place was a county decision. And the cities are implementing that decision now. But I think that's also important for residents to understand that at a county level, this was looked at holistically and decided this was the way to go, and agencies are enforcing that right now. So, thank you.
That is correct. You're welcome.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So our stores, for example, the grocery stores that typically stay open till 9 or later, are they being notified and they're closing early, or how does that work?
Yes, they're being notified. They need to close at 8:30. And our officers that are out there are kind of doing courtesy calls on some of the stores in the area, just reminding them because of the curfew that they'll have to be closing at 8:30.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, this afternoon I had to drive out to the vets, and on my way home, I noticed a lot of places along El Camino Real were putting up boards and shuttering. I realized Menlo Park is further up and out, and I hope and trust that we won't have any issues. But I was just wondering what's being done and what communication have we had with some of the businesses downtown or in that area, just to make sure that they're prepared, and what if anything is being done to ensure that they remain safe.
Right, and my understanding is that we've used the same list for all our businesses to blast this information to them, so they know that this is happening. There's a curfew, and there is these unspecific threats, and it really is the incumbent upon the business owner on whether they want to take actions to try to protect their own property. That is certainly something they can do. We're not recommending that people start boarding up their stores at this point, but if a business owner feels because of the situation that they feel like they want to do that to either have peace of mind or to protect themselves, they can certainly do that. And I too, I drove around this evening myself, just kind of taking a look around, and I saw the same thing to the north and to the south of us. So and just to be aware, we had a case on Sunday that there were about 5 or 6 cars full of looters that were coming from East Bay heading towards Stanford, and luckily one of my sergeants actually stopped one of the cars and was able to stop that entire situation before they reached Stanford. So that's what we're looking for tonight, and that's what we're looking to try to protect people from.
That's great. Yeah, I read about that, so congratulate your staff for us. I'm wondering, we must have known that this was coming a while in advance for all of those places to be shuttered in Redwood City, as you said, to the north and to the south of us. How much notice did we give to our business owners that there might be some issues today?
Well, no, we have not had a lot of time. As a matter of fact, in speaking to my former chief, Chief Johnson of Palo Alto Police Department, I asked him, because there were some businesses on University Avenue in Palo Alto, and he said they did it on their own, and it started this morning, today. So there wasn't a great deal of lead time on this. On top of the fact that we can't start boarding up your businesses for every single anonymous post that's put out there. I do want to speak about this post that's been going around. There is credible evidence that this post came from outside of this country. So there are actors around that are using this current situation we're in to sow more discord and to make it even a bigger problem, a bigger conflagration. So we saw this during even the COVID. We had these non-American foreign actors actually inserting these type of social media posts to try to incite as much division in our country as possible. So I hope people take that for what it is, that some of these posts that you innocently post or you put out to your friends is doing their job for them. This is exactly what they want to happen. They only have to post once, and now they know hundreds of thousands of people are going to repost what they've said.
Sure, no, I understand. I'm not saying that we go out and spread fear and paranoia, but it's nice to keep the business owners informed so that they can make their own choices. And I did receive some feedback that they felt that they didn't know anything until late this afternoon, when it was far, far too late for them to make any choices.
Mm-hmm. Well,
apparently people in Palo Alto knew this morning. I just want to make sure that there's a procedure in place for making sure, as I say, I really don't want to spread fear and overreaction, but it's good just to give shop owners the heads up that what's going on. And I was just, is that protocol in order? Why did our people find out 6-8 hours after everyone else, and what can we do to make sure that they're informed appropriately in the future?
Right. Palo Alto was not in response to what I'm speaking of. Palo Alto was in response to their own protests that are going on and scheduled there. So it's not the same thing. It just happens to be at the same time.
And Redwood City?
Redwood City, we've known about that protest for about 3 days now.
Okay.
But that was not related technically to this post that got put out.
Okay, and you feel that the post is what ties any activity to Menlo Park?
Right, and what happened this weekend on Sunday, where you know these opportunists have come to different areas in an attempt to use the cover of what's going on to do their crimes.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Chief Bertini, I have a couple follow-up questions. One is that I think it was the Palo Alto Online listed that there were firearms witnessed by, I guess that some of the protesters were carrying firearms. I don't know if that's true or not. Is it true?
So I was actually in the city last night, and that call came out around 10:30 in the evening, and it was an unconfirmed report that there were two individuals that were carrying firearms. I was in the area at the time when the call came in, and we did not find anybody carrying firearms, so we don't know the veracity of that claim.
Okay. Thank you. My next question is around education and enforcement. Is there information that we could have available, whether it's posted on Nextdoor, a link online, just to talk about the curfew, even though it's similar to the shelter in place, just curfew, I guess people may have a misunderstanding of it, and just trying to make sure that people understand fully what it means and why it's in place.
Right, and I would just refer that to our PIO team. It's very easy. If they haven't done so already, they may have just upload the two documents that are two-page documents, one declaring a state of emergency for the county of San Mateo, and the other declaring a curfew, and those can just be uploaded to our website.
Okay. My last question is, are there any other, do you have any concerns about anything else related to the protests or shelter in place or curfew?
No, I think I've pretty much covered it all, and I just want to reiterate that the men and women of the Menlo Park Police Department, they are here to protect everyone in our city, and that's their number one job, along with protecting their constitutional rights to free expression and free speech. That's what we have sworn to uphold, and they're out there tonight doing that for all of us.
Thank you, Chief Bertini. Councilmember Mueller?
Chief, can I ask if the protest is coming down El Camino Real and it's just people peacefully protesting past curfew and they're headed down toward Mountain View, is that going to come down through Menlo Park then and go to Mountain View? Yeah.
Right. This is the great unknown that as a law enforcement official that we have to deal with every single time something like this happens. Yes, the possibility is, there is a northwest. The easiest one is El Camino Real, and because the large protest in Redwood City is a block away from El Camino Real, that's just to us common sense, especially if you're dealing with people who are not familiar with the area. I would assume they would probably go to the place that's pretty obvious, north and south route. So that's
Right.
something that we have that in mind. Just again to reiterate, we have mutual aid already assembled. Right now, our mutual aid is in Redwood City to deal with that, to try to prevent the movement of any folks that are going to try to do something untoward or illegal.
So, but my question is, if they're peacefully protesting and they're just going down El Camino Real, headed toward Palo Alto or Mountain View, we're going to leave them impeded on their way?
Right. It has to be situational. It's really going to depend on what's going on. Are there crimes occurring in this protest? Is this something where we need to stop the activity? Are there splinter groups that are going off that larger group?
Right. You guys will assess it, right?
Exactly right. We'll assess it as it happens. Correct.
Okay. But if everyone's comporting themselves and they're heading through town, that's something that you guys will. I'm just trying to understand it, or is it something that like there's going to be a roadblock and people aren't coming?
Well, it depends. Again, it's situational. It really is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. And
Are there any other?
Just for the record, and I appreciate it's situational. The reason why I wanted to ask that is because if they are just comporting themselves in a peaceful protest, then obviously the preference is to just let them go through town. And I think it's important that the council say that we're not in support of you and what you're seeing situationally, that we're not taking a hard line. If there's a peaceful protest coming through, we would obviously be let through. But if you see something and that there's something that causes concern, we want you to use your professional judgment, obviously.
Right.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, my last question is, have we received any permit requests to have any future protests?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. Thank
And,
you.
and Madam Mayor, the city clerk reminded me that if for public comment on this item also.
Oh, yes, thank you. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just as a quick update, any public comment that was received via web form has been posted to the agenda and is available for City Council as well as members of the public to read. In regards to this item, we did not receive any web form. However, if any member of the public wishes to speak on the update provided by our police chief on the recent protests, please engage that hand feature in the top right of your screen, and I'll be able to unmute you and you'll have the opportunity to address the City Council. At this time, it does look like we have a couple of hands raised. I will be calling in the order as received, and our first public commenter is Sarah Kale. Sarah,
Hi,
you are
yeah.
unmuted, and we can hear you.
Hi,
Go ahead
yes.
and address the
Can you
council.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Sarah Kale, and I'm a resident of Menlo Park. And I'm wondering if the Menlo Park Police Department has plans or intentions to use tear gas, rubber bullets, or any other violent means to deter protesters. That's it.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, and our next public commenter is Adina Levin. Adina, I have unmuted you. If you'd like to unmute your end, you can address the City Council. Again, one more call for Adina Levin. I have unmuted you if you'd like to address the City Council.
Aha, great, thank you. I'm called in using a different feature, so thank you very much. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. I have a comment and a quick question. The quick question is whether we will have open public comment in this meeting, because if there is, I will defer something that is more generally law enforcement related to general public comment as opposed to the specific item. On this one, I wanted to echo the comment of the previous speaker and also to thank Council Member Mueller in terms of expressing the direction that if there are people who are protesting peacefully, including after the curfew hours, that aggressive means such as tear gas and rubber bullets and other means of confining or pursuing or attacking peaceful protesters should not be used. One of the things that we are seeing all around the country is peaceful protests where law enforcement is aggressive, and that makes matters significantly worse. So thank you to the council members who are directing our law enforcement not to do that, and would like to strongly support that. Please do not be aggressive toward people who are protesting peacefully, even if that is after curfew, and violating curfew shouldn't be used as the only piece of evidence that this is something that needs to have use of force by police. With that, will there be open public comment? Because in that case, I will hold some additional thoughts to open public comment.
Hi, Adina, this is Judy. We do not have general public comment because this is a special meeting, so members of the public can comment on items on the agenda only.
Okay, so then as it relates to the agenda, I'm glad to get this update, and we'll be interested not in this agenda item to encourage the city to have take advantage of a lot of the learning and expertise that has been going into policies supporting police accountability and transparency and peaceful community engagement. For the council to engage with that at a later date, now that the door is opened much more broadly for something that people have been wanting to see happen for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adina. So at this time, I am seeing no further hands raised for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And is the chief still there? Just to follow up on the question regarding if we use tear gas or rubber bullets.
Right, Madam Mayor, our use of force policy is all online. I would invite any resident to go to the website, the police department website, and you can look at the policy and what weapons we can use. We personally, the Menlo Park Police Department doesn't have tear gas per se. The officers carry pepper spray, and we have these devices called pepper balls, but we don't have tear gas. Now, other agencies that may be part of a mobile field force may have that type of a non-lethal deterrent. But the use of that would have to be cleared, through the city that it was used in before it was used. So, and there's procedures and policies for that on how we do that and when we would deploy that and under what circumstances we would deploy that. As far as to the other point, I think Ms. Levin, I saw her at the protest yesterday where the three of us were at. And I think that should be an example to her about how we as the police department handle peaceful protests. And so I would hope that she would take the example that was given to her yesterday and maybe put her mind at ease that that's the way we would handle nonviolent protests.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, Chief, and I just wanted to reiterate when my comments to you weren't suggesting otherwise. I just wanted to make sure that there was a statement from the council on it. I expect tonight you'll use your judgment, and to balance that, obviously, if you see that personal property of these buildings of our business owners are under threat, that the correct response, the appropriate response will be used. But if people are conducting themselves peacefully and moving through town, and we want them to be able to move through town. So, thank you.
Understood.
And just one last follow-up. Well, just to touch on one other comment, the Menlo Park Police Department has annual de-escalation training. That we have regular training. So just wanted to share that information. Councilmember Nash.
So I guess the other question that has been posed to me is if you can talk at all about chokeholds and any use of other restraints, please. Thank
Certainly.
you.
Certainly, there's a lot of confusion about that word chokehold. There is no such policy for anything close to what's considered what you would consider a chokehold. And I would again refer people to our policy manual and just look under use of force, and that talks about all the techniques that we are trained in and allowed to use, and under what circumstances we would use them.
Councilmember Nash.
Chief, thank you so much for answering all these questions. It's really helpful. I guess the final question is whether we have used the cameras and whether people will be have their cameras activated.
Right. Per policy, every police officer just shoot a body camera, and they will be activated when they're having any kind of contact with the public, just like any other day.
And just thank you so much for all you're doing for the community, and it's appreciated, and hopefully none of this happens tonight. Thank you.
My hope also. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
It's a tough job, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any follow-up questions for Chief Bertini from anyone else on council? Okay. Thank you again for all of your service to the city.
Thank you, Mayor.
So now we will move on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. Item F1, provide direction on the use of one-time money, revenue increases, and capital improvement program funds to balance the fiscal year of 2020-2021 for the general fund budget. And here to introduce this item is our Assistant Administrative Service Director, Dan Jacobson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. As you mentioned, Dan Jacobson, Assistant Administrative Services Director. Just for a brief introduction and recap, over the past few weeks, City Council has deliberated on service changes in an effort to close an estimate of $12.7 million in a revenue deficit resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and balance the budget for fiscal year 2020-21. The Council previously identified $11.7 million in program and service reductions and discussed continuing childcare services, understanding that providing the service would necessarily require some adjustments. The childcare discussion has been deferred to June 9th in order to provide more time for analysis, but the net effect of all these changes is approximately $2.5 million in remaining need to balance the budget. So this evening, staff is requesting that the City Council provide direction on the use of one-time money, revenue increases, and capital improvement program funds to balance the fiscal year 2020-21 general fund budget. So presented in Table 1 of the staff report for this evening, one-time money represents one lever available to City Council to fund the remaining need. However, it's important to note that as one-time money is finite, staff recommends tying the use of one-time money to a specific need as it relates to the current budget situation, and staff has provided recommended tier levels to help associate the one-time money sources. Tier 1 sources have the closest relevance to the current pandemic and include the Economic Stabilization Reserve and the Strategic Pension Funding Reserve. Tier 2 sources have lower direct association and include the unassigned fund balance. And finally, Tier 3 sources are available to the City Council for use, but are those sources typically used as a last resort, including unused capital improvement program funds, deferral of infrastructure transfers, or the sale of assets. These balances presented in Table 1 are estimates for the beginning of the year, the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st, and total $26.2 million. Another lever available to City Council is to increase revenues to make up some or all of the $2.5 million in additional need. The two revenue options which are easiest to quantify are presented in Table 2 of the staff report and represent an estimated total of $2.97 million. It's important to note that the utility users tax does not require action by City Council to change, as the rates are currently lower than the voter approved maximum, and the temporary reductions will lapse without affirmative action by the City Council. The rates may also be adjusted at any time with 60 days notice, either temporarily reducing rates or adjusting any reduction in effect. The other option presented in Table 2, the removal of the gross receipts cap for business license tax, would require a ballot measure and voter approval, however. The two other revenue options discussed in the staff report are to increase the rate on the transient occupancy tax, which is often called the hotel tax, to a rate above the current 12%, except in those cases where a development agreement specifically applies. This action, as with the business license tax, would require voter approval. Given that the amount of revenue raised by this action would ultimately depend on the rate assessed, as well as the occupancy and room rates for operators of short-term rentals, it was not included as an estimated total in the staff report. And finally, for revenue options, the City Council may direct changes to its cost recovery policy, conduct a user fee study to better understand the cost of conducting operations in a post-COVID-19 world, or both. These actions would take some time, and the number of variables present make the potential revenue estimates impossible to accurately identify without additional direction from council, so the revenue estimate for this option was not included in the staff report. And as a final set of levers available to the City Council, the city's capital improvement plan. So at this point, I will pass it off to Ms. Nagaya, Public Works Director, to present the considerations involved in the capital improvement plan.
Great. Good evening, council members, Mayor Taylor. Happy to be here tonight to provide a quick summary of the capital improvement program, following up on the last time we were in front of you on April 28th. So I will just show some slides. I have about 5 minutes of a presentation to go through just to give a brief overview. So as we walked through in April, the CIP has 73 currently funded projects spanning 7 different categories as listed on the screen, and is funded through a variety of different funding sources. The annual transfer from the general fund to the capital improvement program is about $3 million. And then there are a variety of other sources, grants, dedicated funds for things like water, transportation, stormwater infrastructure, et cetera, as well as negotiated community benefits from development agreements, such as the Downtown Amenities Fund. In the past, in prior fiscal years, we've also used surplus revenues at the end of the year to pre-fund capital projects for the following year, with a few examples shown on the slides. And you may recall in the April overview, we also summarized the evaluation criteria we were using to make sure that the capital investments we were recommending moving forward into next fiscal year met a minimum set of criteria. So what priority they were, tier 1, 2, or 3, those categories were defined in the prior staff reports, whether or not they were considered requisite, and whether there was any progress planned for fiscal year 2021 based on our current staffing levels. So now going to shift into an update of material that is new since the last time we presented this overview. These recommendations were summarized in the attachments to the staff report, but I'm just going to walk through these briefly to give a little bit of an overview. So I'll present 2 buckets of recommendation. The first for projects that were funded in the 2019-20 capital improvement program. So the list of projects on the screen now represent projects that have not started, where we could potentially look for alternative funding sources, where there's other work that needs to happen first, or where we have resource constraints that mean that we are unlikely to get to that project effort in the next year. And so these are projects that we'd recommend the council consider reprioritizing, repurposing the funds, either to help with the identified needs for the upcoming year or to help balance the deficit, as Mr. Jacobson described earlier. So the amounts listed for each of the projects are shown. This is similar to what was in the staff report, but one correction I did want to note is that these total up to $2.42 million in funds. There was a typo in the staff report, and I apologize for confusion that this might cause as you work through tonight, but those projects do total $2.42 million in funds that could be repurposed as we described. So then moving into the 2020-2021 capital improvement program, there are 68 projects that would continue into next year, either having new phases or continuing work as we advance the projects. There are 3 new projects that are added, the Belhaven Community Center and Library, Willow Road and Newbridge Street improvements. Those were where we're pursuing a grant in partnership with Mid-Penn Housing. So we're eagerly awaiting the findings on that grant, hopefully later this month. And then finally, the Willow Oaks Bike Connector, which would widen an existing pathway through the Willow Oaks Park to provide a bike connection through the area. These projects represent a total of a $19.5 million investment in the infrastructure for next year. That's been reduced approximately 15% from the recommendations that were in last year's capital program. 4.85 million of those dollars would be from the general fund CIP as proposed. We've done a lot of work to try and reduce that contribution, and that totals about a 60% reduction from where we started a few months ago. And then there's approximately $15 million from other funding sources and grants, and that has increased significantly as we've looked to minimize the general fund contribution for the coming year. So the overall funding strategy for the CIP for the upcoming year includes the $3 million capital transfer, the $2.42 million to be repurposed, and they just that there to call out the difference from the amount that was in the staff report incorrectly. So those two subtotal to $5.42 million. And then the identified capital needs total $4.85 million from the general CIP fund. So that leaves a balance remaining of just over $500,000 that could be potentially repurposed for other needs. So the direction we're requesting from the council tonight is to confirm the 1920 projects to be repurposed, confirming the projects to proceed next fiscal year, and then to provide direction on the amount of the capital transfer and the direction on use of up to $2.42 million in potentially repurposed funds to meet the capital needs for next year. So with that, we're happy to take any questions. We also have reserved slides that we can pull up on summarizing all the projects that we had presented to the council in April, if that's helpful in your deliberations at any point in time. Thank you.
Ms. Nagaya, can you put up slide table 4 again?
Yes, just one second, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any follow-up questions for Ms. Nagaya? Councilmember Nash?
So I have some follow-up questions on the utility user tax, which would, if now is a convenient time.
Councilmember Nash, I'm available to answer any questions about the utility users tax.
Thank you so much. What is the average UUT currently paid by residents and by businesses?
In an absolute dollar number?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what does an individual household, for example, pay for UUT generally? Do you know?
I do not have that available, Councilmember Nash. We would have to do some analysis to figure that out.
Okay. And I believe that there's a maximum UUT of $12,000. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can that be, well, actually, who is affected by the maximum rate? Do you know approximately how many businesses are affected by that maximum rate?
It's only a very small number of businesses.
And is that rate, can we change it, and would it make much of a difference? Or is that a voter approved maximum?
I actually do not know the answer to that off the top of my head. I would have to come back with an answer for that, whether that can be changed without voter approval.
And then I would be curious whether it can be changed without voter approval, and what sort of difference that would make to the to our budget.
So given that it does affect a relatively small number of businesses, I don't think that on an order of magnitude, it's not going to be the same effect as changing the rate imposed.
Well, I'm thinking that there may be some businesses who are very large who pay a lot of utilities, and it could make a difference. So that's why I'm curious.
Mr. Figueres, Assistant City Manager, has reminded me that that is voter approved to increase the max. However, there are a couple cases where development agreements are in effect, which effectively remove the max.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good, thank you.
Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. One more question, and that's on the TOT. I believe that we already have the TOT for short-term rentals, and that is that correct? That it does exist for short-term rentals, but often is not paid?
So that is correct. The TOT it doesn't specify any source of the short-term rental. It's just any short-term rental of 30 days or less where rent is paid. There are a number of operators which do remit to the city. Unfortunately, it sounds like you may be referencing, for instance, Airbnbs and others. So a number have registered with the city. However, the city does not have staff capacity to go and find all of those. So there are likely a number of unregistered short-term rentals happening as well.
I know there's been an effort to look at agencies that could actually do those collections for us. Thank you.
So, Mr. Jacobson, I have a follow-up about Airbnb because I had a question there as well. So thank you, Councilmember Nash. So how many, do you have an idea of how many we actually have registered and how many actually pay the TOT?
So it varies. I think there are a couple dozen which are registered currently, and some of them operate on a fairly regular basis, and some of them are extremely intermittent. So they do remit quarterly, as with other, for instance, hotel operators, but some of them don't actually operate doing short-term rentals for some portions of the year. So they may be remitting, but not actually collecting any rents for their short-term rentals in some cases. In terms of other ones, does that answer your question, Mayor Taylor?
Yes. And how long have they had to register? Is it, this is new, isn't it?
So the TOT ordinance doesn't specify any exemption for any short-term rental operator. So they have needed to register with the city to operate as a short-term rental for the entire time that the TOT has been in effect.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
If it's appropriate right now, and if Ms. Rhonda Kaufman's available, I'd love to hear if it's something where she's close to identifying a vendor for the collection of short-term rentals fees, and whether it's something which would be, given that we expect that there will not be the same level of travel, whether it's something that would make any sense at this point. So essentially, this is collecting something that's currently on the books, but is not currently collected. It's not a matter of raising fees or putting any new fees on, is my understanding.
Ms. Chow, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now? Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of the City Council. Deanna Chow, Interim Community Development Director. Let me try to respond for Rhonda. So short-term rentals, as Mr. Jacobson identified, as something that is currently on our in our municipal code, but we haven't collected all of our haven't collected or have a policy in place to collect the remittance of the taxes. And so this is something that we explored with the City Council earlier this year. In January, we had an information item, and it's something that we hope to bring back to the City Council so that we can move forward with identifying a service provider to help us assist with the collection of taxes there are various vendors out there who will be able to offer that service so that we can identify who is in the community and do the collection for us. So that's where identifying a vendor and under contract would be something that we would move forward with, but would want to bring forward back to the City Council. So it was something that the Housing Commission has worked on, provided, did some outreach with different, hotel operators, members of the community, Airbnb users to see what is the best, if there was a way to, should we do some regulations or let it stand? And the recommendation was that we would not prohibit short-term rentals. And so it's just a matter of confirming that moving forward, letting our ordinance stand as is and collecting the TOT and using a vendor to help do that for us. So there was some figures that were identified earlier in terms of operators out there and taxes that are going uncollected that could help us in collecting the TOT for those.
Are there any follow-up questions for Ms. Chow? Any follow-up questions for Ms. Chow? Councilmember Nash?
Just as a comment, my recollection was under the pre-COVID, it was a fairly, it would generate quite a bit of, a fair amount of funds and made some sense to go forward. I don't know whether, what it looks like in this environment, but I would be interested in at least hearing a report as to what the situation was.
Mute, Ms. Chow.
Thank you. Prior to COVID, we were reporting out a number of operators out there, and certainly they could be operating on different platforms, and so we didn't have a complete accurate number, and so that's where a service provider would be able to help identify what that figure is. I'm just trying to quickly look what the estimated numbers were pre-COVID, and unconfirmed, but potential additional revenue could be, at the time we were doing this, was approximately $1 million or so of TOT tax that could be generated from short-term rentals. Does that address your question, Councilmember Nash?
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you very much.
So, Ms. Chow, would you by chance know how many people are registered? How many Airbnbs are registered versus how many actually pay the tax?
I don't know in terms of the number of registration, but I can, let me see where we might. So again, there's a number of different types of Airbnbs, so they could be hosted or unhosted. So just based on some preliminary data from AirDNA from 2019, there was approximately a range of 400 to 500 active rentals, and so those included rooms and houses, as well as unhosted. So for example, an entire house. And so these may be double counted, so that's not a completely active position, as I was mentioning earlier, that we would use a provider to help identify users because they may be using multiple sites. But so there's a range between 400 to 500 that were found, and so approximately 70% of those are unhosted, and there's an average nightly rate of about $250. but I don't know off the top of my head how many of those actually remit the TOT.
If I may chime in, we have approximately a couple dozen operators who are registered for short-term rentals that are not hotel operators.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson.
And so perhaps of that 400 to 500, maybe there's probably 200 or so would be maybe a better guess if you were to remove the duplication.
Okay. At this time, I wouldn't support increasing TOT for hotels, but the fact that we're not getting the full amount as far as Airbnb concerns me. And so does that mean that if they owe in 2020 that they can pay in 2021? Is it cumulative, or if they don't pay for this year, they pay for next year? How does that work? If we find a service that can go back and collect the tax?
So the city is able to collect, the city is owed the tax under the city's municipal code and can go back and audit previous operators to the extent that those records are available. So if the city were able to find operators, there are in fact late fees which are assessed on TOT remittances that are not remitted on time. So the city does have some ability to do so. However, identifying those operators would be the most critical portion of that.
Councilmember Nash?
So with the information that I have, I would not like to pursue back TOT, because TOT is typically paid by the visitor at the time of the stay. And so I would assume that the Airbnb person or the short-term rental person probably did not collect that. And I would not want to do that retroactively, but I do think going forward, it's something that I would be interested in seeing if it in fact, given that we'd be using a vendor and that the Airbnb is taking a hit and people will not be traveling as much, if it actually makes sense to pursue that at this time.
Councilmember Mueller?
I don't need to speak on it at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Were there any other questions around TOT? So I'm just going down the list. Councilmember Nash brought up utility user tax. The next tax is the business license tax. Are there any? Councilmember Carlton?
This kind of gets back to the question before. How many businesses would be impacted by this, and which businesses? Would it be the larger?
Yes, Councilmember Carlton, there are approximately 50 businesses which would be affected by this. When the city's business license tax was last modified, the gross receipts cap was fairly low in current year dollars. So it's those businesses which have gross receipts higher than that $30 million cap, which is a number of them, but not an extraordinarily large number of them. The estimate that was provided is using a similar marginal rate as is currently assessed on the business license tax under that cap.
Do we have any kind of CUP kind of a correlation, or can we?
I'm sorry, which correlation?
Can we have a correlation on, does it have to be reset each time, or can it be related to, going blank?
CPI.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it's so hot in here. CPI, thank you.
So it really depends on how the ballot measure were worded and what the change enacted were, but that would be a reasonable change to include as a CPI escalator, which would increase the cap so that it wouldn't have to be adjusted through voter approval measures. It could be approved with the CPI escalator on it, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just curious as to how many and which businesses this impacts, because as we all know, our businesses have struggled so much through the shelter in place, and we don't want to put extra impact on their business unless we do so thoughtfully and knowing which ones and how much. Would you say that we raise it to a certain level and then tie it to CPI, or what? How would you see us addressing this?
So there are a number of ways that this could be addressed. The number that was included in the staff report was an analysis that was previously done, essentially lifting the maximum gross receipts cap. There are other ways that the city could change the business license tax structure. And so that is certainly up for council direction if council desires to pursue this measure. In terms of which businesses would be affected, it really would only be those which exceed the gross receipts cap. I would like to caveat that by saying, though, that some number of businesses might apportion their revenues if that were the case, given that the cap is low enough with a maximum of $8,000 per business currently that it may not be worth their time to apportion it currently, but if the cap were lifted, they may do that.
Are there any follow-up questions on the business license tax? Councilmember Mueller?
I just have a question generally, Dan. Do you guys have a recommendation in terms of when a city that our size is going through a contraction in revenue, when we're seeing it's probably the start of, well, it is the start of a recession, probably depression in the economy, whether or not we should be raising taxes?
Councilmember Mueller, since this is so unprecedented, it's difficult to say. My professional recommendation would be that the city needs to consider its revenue mix and definitely how the city council believes that the community members should pay toward the city services. I don't know that it really is at the council's discretion as to what the policy direction is on which ones to pursue. That said, certainly the city should look at its revenue mix and look to balance the budget in a structural manner going forward.
Yeah, see, so this goes back, guys, to the discussion that I brought earlier to the council about trying to get some outside expert advice in terms of what to do as a municipal jurisdiction in a crisis like this, and talking to some experts from whether it be, I have one, for instance, I have one expert from Harvard who is an expert in municipal budgets who's willing to share her time. I think we can find folks. It's not a reflection on staff at all. It's not, Dan, our staff's wonderful, but the idea that what should be the type of economic, whether policy we should be pursuing as a city right now, and what revenue we should be trying to tweak to best put us in a place to spur recovery, I think is something that I would be very helpful to me. The idea of adding revenue. I also, candidly, at the time that we're trying to balance a budget, to have that be a driver to make like a revenue knob decision immediately at that moment, I'd like to try to separate the two so that one is not pushing on the other, but that we're thinking of how is that revenue decision actually empowering our economy forward and helping people. We can always add money back into our budget after we turn those revenue levers, but to really be looking at them tonight at the same time we're making cuts and having those cuts take place, will, I think, for me personally, might influence our decisions, might influence our decision to turn a revenue knob that to balance that budget that we might regret later in terms of what the inadvertent effect is actually to prolonging how long we see that recession last. And a great example is, if we, I thought about, if we did something with the UUT, would that affect then when people were, how much money they're going to put down on houses when houses are going on the market right now? If we were to do something with our business tax, is that going to affect whether or not some of our businesses make it, recover, or hire people back faster? There's some questions there that I just really would like expert opinion on. I know what my gut would tell me, but I'm not really an expert in that area. And I think one of the things I'm being counseled for the time that I have been is when I don't know something, I'm just better off saying I don't know it and trying to get someone to educate me on it.
Councilmember Carlton?
I was just going to say, historically, the voters many years ago voted for the UUT. That was in our last recession. And since then, the council each year has voted to discount that amount because honestly, we didn't need it. And so I don't feel bad using that because it has been approved by the voters as funds when we need them, and we do now. I'm less inclined to look right now, and I think what Councilmember Mueller is talking about is great in the medium term, but in the short term, as we're talking about right now, I don't think that I'm comfortable raising taxes on businesses until we address the short term. And then we bring in the experts and we talk about this and we look at things a little bit more strategically. But I would like to step away from raising any further taxes than what has already been approved and move on from there.
And to be clear, Pat, that was what I was saying. I don't think we should be doing it now. I think we should be waiting and getting some expert advice on it.
And we agree. The UUT has already been agreed. Just for those people watching that don't know the history, years ago it was approved before I was on council, even in the last recession. And every year we voted to not use it because it was not something that we felt we needed, and we always want to keep taxes as low as possible. And that's kind of the history on where we have that as a lever to pull or not pull at this point.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that if this is the proper time if we're having a full sort of discussion about the UUT. But again, my concern is that it allowing the rate to increase, even though I know that's like sort of the default position, right? If we do nothing, it increases. Does represent a tax increase at a time of which we're going into a recession. To Councilmember Mueller's point, possibly a depression. And so it is even though again the lever exists to us, it does represent an actual tax increase. And I have concerns just in general about increasing the taxes across the board. To your point, whether it's businesses, whether it's residents at a time again when so many are struggling financially. So that's I'm certainly open to a full discussion on that and hearing everyone out because if that's something we want to explore, because I have not, I would say come to a final conclusion on that at all. But that again, I have a general aversion to any sort of tax increases at this time.
Councilmember Carlton?
I was just saying that that's the history. And if we did anything that's there, the other I was saying put on the back burner and not even have for discussion. I'm agreeing.
Mr. Jacobson, did you have a follow-up?
I did just want to make a couple notes. The council does have a variety of options here as well. City Council could consider the use of a revenue source similar to a one-time money source where it ties the use to a particular need in the current fiscal year and then lowers it later. And the City Council also has a number of different utility types. The City Council could consider not raising all of them to the max, could consider, for instance, only one category of them or a number lower than the max, but higher than the current 1%.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
So regarding the UUT, I actually have been in favor of raising it. In last year, I tried to suggest that. Having said that, at this point, given that we are hitting a recession, I'm not sure that I want to raise it. I would like to hear what the effect would be on just generally, if we could know how much difference it would make to businesses and to residents. Just not any in-depth study, just really quickly what it would mean. I would be interested. One of the things, we will be hearing about a climate action plan in a few weeks, hopefully. And one of the things that has been discussed there is actually raising the UUT on gas to encourage the use of, or basically to discourage the use of gas. So that's one other place, depending what we do today, that we might discuss it. And I have another comment about user fees, but I will wait till we finish this discussion.
Councilmember Carlton?
I think that's a great idea. I wouldn't want to do it right now because a lot of people, because of the financial issues, don't have the option of changing from gas to electricity, and it puts an extra burden on the people. My question for Mr. Jacobson is, would we be able to do something with the UUT like businesses over a certain size that may have more of a financial cushion to absorb that? Could we do a corporate UUT for the large businesses? And because for individual residents right now, I think everybody's struggling, and the smaller businesses. So would we be able to portion out something like that? Is that legal?
So changing the structure of the utility users tax would require voter approval. Changing the rate or allowing the rate to return to either its max or a different reduced rate does not require voter approval, but changing the structure of it would. And just being responsive to Councilmember Nash's question about what the impact would be, at the current 1% rate, it is essentially $1 per $100 in utilities paid. The rates vary from 2.5% to 3.5% depending on the category. So could be the difference of up to $2.50 per $100 in utility paid depending on the category.
So in most households in Menlo Park, it would be about $5 a month difference?
Councilmember Carlton, I'm not certain of what the average utilities paid are. You would certainly have a better idea of what your own utilities are, so I think that could be certainly a back of the envelope estimate, but I would have to do some additional analysis to confirm what the average is citywide.
Okay, but just to clarify before I pass over, there's no way to portion out a UUT for corporates as opposed to a UUT for residents. It's UUT across the board or not. Is that correct?
So, there would be, but it would have to go back to the voters for approval on a ballot measure to change the structure.
It's not going to help us in the short term, and it's going to be expensive to do that. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nash, did you have a follow-up?
I did. Thank you. Actually, just going through the business license, I would not be in favor of increasing, as others have said at this point. And the TOT, depending how much I would be concerned about getting into an agreement where if we have to pay to have them collected, if it's not a percentage. But to me, it would be sort of leveling the field with our hotels and the short-term rental properties who actually are playing by the rules, and charging the TOT, which again is not paid by the short-term business owner. It is paid by the tenants, the visitors. So I would be in favor, depending on what the finances look like of hiring a firm, to look at that again, just to level the playing field with the people who are playing by the rules and our hotels. Regarding the user fees, I am interested in looking at the cost recovery policy. This is not something where we would need to go and do assuming that it is not something where we have to go get consultants. It's just a policy change within the city. And among council, I would be interested in discussing that, not to hit the target for this budget right now, but just in general. And I think I mentioned last time, there was something in the budget report for community services where I see a general fund subsidy per participant hour. And I think that it is worthwhile for elective, not for the core, but for elective services, of taking a look at what our general fund subsidy is and really doing a little bit deeper dive into what we are offering and how much it costs the city to, and therefore taxpayers, to be funding these various elective services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. And at this time, I'm going to check with Ms. Herron on, and Mr. Jacobson, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to make the comment that we will have our first opportunity to review user fees next week at the June 9th council meeting, when the city council will be discussing childcare and the effects of post-COVID impact on how that service is operated.
Councilmember Nash?
Could we, as part of that, have a description of what is the general fund subsidy per participant hour for community services, and what that means for our budget? And thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Herron, I wanted to check in to see if we have any public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, as seen on your screen as F1, this is providing direction the use of one-time monies. Regarding the budget, please engage that hand feature on the top right corner, and we will be able to open up your mic and you can address the city council. I'll give this a little bit of time for people to engage that hand feature to participate in public comment. Okay, so this time I am seeing one here, and it is Adina Levin. So Adina, again, your mic is off mute and you may address the city council on this item. Dina, it looks like you may have to unmute your device.
Got it. Okay.
Perfect,
Great.
you.
Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking for myself. Earlier in the meeting, there was a review of options for capital projects. There was a moment in there where I was preparing dinner, given our dial-in, so I may have missed this question being asked. But there is a project, a good project on Bedwell Bayfront Park that it said that some of the funding would come from grants. And so the question that I don't know if it was addressed or not was whether it would be possible to defer this. I know that, you know, in ordinary times there are deadlines, but there's also a lot of things where there are deadline extensions, because this is a project that could be deferred, and it will still be there next year to do if we want to save that money this year to save services. So my question is, has that question been asked of staff as to whether the grant could be deferred in order to enable this project to be deferred in order for our budget resource to be used to save services? Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. And at this time, I'm seeing no other hands raised. And again, just for the city council members of the public, all web form public comment that was received is available on the agenda on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Mueller?
I just wanted to say to my colleagues, I'm not opposed to imposing the UUT while we are in a recession as a hard rule. I think there is going to be a sweet spot when we would consider doing that. I just don't know when that is. And while we're still, I don't think it's when we're trying to balance the budget right now. I think what I would suggest is we balance our budget, we create our budget for the next year. We get some outside expertise or advice as to when that proper time is. We give the public a lot of notice that we're thinking about doing this, and then when the timing's right, if we think it's appropriate, we do it then. I'm not philosophically, I just wanted to make that clear, I'm not philosophically opposed to doing that during a recession. I just want to make sure that when we do it, it's part of a holistic plan of how we're going to be tweaking the knobs to pull ourselves out. And then when that happens, we can take revenue from that and put that into the areas that we see that are most appropriate. So that's where I am on it. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. I wanted to follow up with staff on Adina's question as far as Bedwell Bayfront Park and the funding grants. Is it possible to extend the deadline or to request for an extension?
Good evening, Council. Chris Lamb, Assistant Public Works Director. So the project that Adina is referencing is an entry improvement project out at Bedwell Bayfront Park, and the city received $520,000 from the priority conservation area as part of a grant, with matching funds to complete the project. The city was awarded the grant in 2019 and has 5 years to complete the project. One of the things that we're tracking closely is coordination with the Flood and Sea Level Rise and Resiliency Agency project, which is kind of also on the list in the capital improvement program, which is going to construct a bypass flow system from the Bayfront Canal into the adjacent salt pond. So we would be planning on completing our design and then being ready for construction once that project is completed. That project is an 18-month project. Once it gets started, the agency is planning on, I believe, putting that out to bid this summer. So we're expecting that project to finish in, what would that put us at, the end of 2021 or beginning of 2022, and then we would want to be ready to follow that project immediately. So we could look at deferring some of the monies. We do need funds to proceed with design, though. We wouldn't be able to wait until the other project is complete to start design. Does that answer the questions?
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. So could you give us some sort of ballpark estimate as to what sort of funds you'd need now versus what we could defer?
We can definitely put that together. I believe we have a preliminary estimate of a little over $300,000 for the design, and then we would also need to account for staff time and coordination as well. So there's currently in the 2019 capital improvement program, there was $150,000 already assigned to the project, and then the remaining funds, including the grant funding, was going to be accounted for in this upcoming 2020 budget.
Councilmember Nash?
So right now, I believe the amount that's being requested for the 2021 budget is $830,000. Is that correct? And what is?
830 is the general fund, 520 is the grant fund. And then there was already 150 programmed in the prior year.
So
I believe this project also had a contribution from Menlo Gateway that's being used towards this project. I don't recall what those funds are, but that would be accounted for in the general fund portion of the project.
So if we are looking for funds right in this coming fiscal year, that we are trying to defer whatever can be deferred, do you can you give us a number either now or later of what could be put into that, what we could take out of the budget for this next year and defer to future year?
Right off the top of my head, no, but we can put something together and look into that. I don't want to cripple the design of the project by giving away too much if it's going to be needed.
Is some of the $520,000 grant, can that be used for the design, or is that just for implementation? Okay. So it sounds, I mean,
I think what we would need to verify is whether or not, so we have to show that we have matching funds for the grant. So I think we would need to make sure that by showing those matching funds in a future year that is yet to be appropriated, if that is okay with the grantor.
But so essentially, right now, we have $150,000 available for budget. If we, plus we had been talking about $830,000 to allocated this year. So that gives us $980,000. So even if we were to just say we wanted to match the $520,000 of the grant, that still gives us back the $460,000, if my math is correct, back that, so almost $500,000.
So the match requirements are 2-to-1, not 1-to-1.
Got it. That makes a difference. Thank you. So yes, it would be good to get more information on this. Thank you.
Are there any follow-up questions for Mr. Lamb? Councilmember Nash?
Are we going into CIP now as opposed to, have we completed the fees?
The user fees?
I was thinking the discussion of all fees.
Oh, okay. Were there any other follow-up question on our fees or comments? I actually have a question for, I think this is community services, and that's just as far as performance audits on, do we do performance audits on the pool, library, city services, and annual report? I am getting a lot of questions regarding what services Menlo Park residents use, because there is an assumption that certain services are predominantly used by people outside of Menlo Park. And so I'm just trying to get a handle on, I know we keep track of it, how much are, because there's different costs. And so I just wanted to find out if that information is in a performance audit or where I can find that information.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Regarding what we currently do right now for all programs, we annually do evaluations for the programs. Those are primarily evaluating the quality of the programs and whether or not we're meeting the needs for the community. So that's the main focus of the evaluations that we have. Probably more broadly, as you described, a performance audit. We haven't done anything to that, maybe to that extent, but it's primarily on a program by program basis. I mean, that information is available and we can compile it and so forth. But again, it's measuring whether or not we're meeting the outcomes that we said we would meet for the various programs. And then generally just customer satisfaction for our participants. And then you mentioned briefly about the pool operator. The pool operator does that on an annual basis as part of their annual report. They have to report that data to the city. And Madam Mayor, does that answer your question or?
Yes, it does. And so the annual performance audit from the pool is comprehensive, and the information on the other services that the city provides is more, you capture that information, but it's not in a comprehensive report.
That would be correct. Yes. I mean, it's broken out by programs, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Are there any follow-up questions for Mr. Swaggart? I am going, Councilmember Nash.
So I was going to jump ahead into the CIP if that works, and have a question about the pool and the annual center, aquatic center maintenance funds. And are we ready to go there?
I wanted to check in with the rest of the council to see if anyone needed a break. How does 20 minutes sound? Okay, all right. I will see you all in 20 minutes. Thank you.
I'm back, but do you guys mind if I keep the camera off for a little while longer? Because I'm eating. And it's a
That's
hamburger,
fine.
so it's embarrassing. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have all members of the city council present and we can reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. I believe we stopped at CIP, and Councilmember Nash, I did not write down your question or comment. I just remembered that you wanted to start on CIP.
Well, I'm actually happy to save it until we get, my question was about pools with Mr. Schweigert, but I'm happy to, if we want to go down the list of I don't know how you want to do CIPs or how we want to do CIPs, so I'm happy to hold that since it's on the second page till a little bit later.
Well, we can just go page by page, and not necessarily item by item. If there are any items on the page one, city building and systems, if there's anything on there anyone wants to discuss. No, then we'll move on to page two. Well, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention for the city buildings projects, just that I'd like that no gas appliances are installed in the future. And as part of that we go electric, and if any do need to be installed, which hopefully wouldn't happen, that we'd have a city council decision to do that, please. And I have found out that there are pool heaters that are electric and work just fine. And I can have that information sent to you folks at Public Works.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Carlton?
I'm lost. What are we looking at that references how we heat pools?
So I'm actually, Mayor Taylor and I met with Ms. Nagaya and Ms. Robinson and Jerome Robinson and Mr. Lamb earlier, and that came up as one of the issues as under the city building HVAC maintenance and city buildings minor, just if there's a need to replace the pool heater. There was a concern that there are electric heaters, and in fact, I found out that there are. So sort of it's answering a question from a prior conversation. So yes, thank you for that.
Thank you. I wanted to find out where that came from. Thank you.
Okay, so just going back, so are there any questions or comments on the first page of CIP? City building and systems and environment. Okay, we'll move on to the second page. Councilmember Nash.
I still question the amount of money we are spending for hydration stations. And it looks like we're now on our 5th revision of the hydration station request for bids. And we're looking at spending, what's remaining in the budget is $340,000 for 37 hydration stations. So that's over $9,000 per hydration station. And I realize this is a solid waste item, so it must be used on solid waste, but I still am having trouble with the amount of money that we're spending on this.
I can respond to this. So we have issued we have a bid currently out that's been posted. There's been a number of addendums to extend out the bid due date due to COVID-19. We haven't been able to host a public bid opening at City Hall, which is why there's been a number of addendums to the project to extend out the time frame. We are planning on opening those bids next week and are getting set up to be able to do that virtually. The council also, I guess, staff posted a bid last November, December, and we received bids that were too high. So we actually went back, revised some of the project scope, and that's what's been posted in this most recent bid posting. So we've set up the bid to have a base bid and a number of alternates to make sure that we have a project that we can afford without needing to request additional funds on this project. But Councilmember Nash, you are correct that is our estimate, that the cost for purchasing the actual unit and then also removing existing drinking fountains and installing the new unit is in the ballpark of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the location.
$5,000 to $10,000 per installation?
Correct.
Councilmember Nash, did you have any follow-up questions on this item?
I guess I'm just curious, given our new economic situation, if any other council members are have other comments. I am having trouble with this one, but if no one else is, then that's fine.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, can you remind me where the hydration stations are?
It's
under environment.
No, I know. I know where it is in the. I meant like the physical locations. Where
the physical locations. It's essentially every drinking fountain in the city would be replaced, whether it's in a city building or in a park.
All right, I'm given our current budget shortfall, I'm cool with putting this off for the moment and just letting people put their water bottle up to the drinking fountain. So I think I'm good with it. Like this is a great to do, but right now I think we can go the old school way for a while longer.
Okay, I just for clarification though, that this project is not general fund, not a general fund project.
Where's the money coming from for it?
It's the solid waste revenues.
And if we didn't do it, what would that money? What else could that money be used to do? What could we do with that money?
That would be probably a question for somebody else.
Could we do cap? Yeah, could we do cap projects with it?
I would have to. We'd probably have to come back to you on that one.
Okay. Yeah, so I would be very curious. We don't have to.
Vice Mayor Combs, did you have a question?
I was going to say, just finishing the thought, and I'll let pass to Councilmember Combs. Betsy, I'm happy to support you on this, but what I'd be looking for to come back for staff from staff on it would be an understanding as if we can take this $350,000 and apply it to the climate action plan or to some other portion of the budget that's potentially being cut. Sorry, Mayor Taylor. Mayor Taylor, I'm all done and happy to pass it to Vice Mayor Combs.
Thank you. I'm having a little technical difficulty, so I lost feed for about 45 seconds, which is why I just jumped in. At any rate, Vice Mayor Combs, and thank you,
Yeah.
Councilmember Mueller.
I actually think Councilmember Nash was going to respond to Councilmember Mueller, and I would prefer to hear that before I commented.
Councilmember Mueller actually said exactly. I'm wondering what else in the the climate action plan we might be able to use the money for, realizing that it is specific to solid waste, but it seems that that is something that there may be other projects that are actually can move the needle on greenhouse gases with this money. And I also realize Mr. Lamb has explained before that this is actually a touchless system, which is beneficial in this time of COVID, so that I just would like to have a review of the climate action plan and see if there's any other way to utilize this money more in other ways. And I also guess I'm concerned just about if, depending how much staff time this would take. Just again, this is more of a just we're going to be so tight staffed that we use staff on our priority projects.
Mr. Lamb, you want to follow up on Councilmember Nash's comment?
Yeah, I'll just want to kind of point out there that once the bids are received, then staff would propose, we would be coming back to council in probably about the next 3 to 4 weeks, regardless, to either award the project or if it's the council's desire to totally change the scope of how this money is going to be utilized, then the action would be to reject all the bids. So I think we can prepare some additional information at that time for council to discuss.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, Mr. Lamb, you said that there had been some bids that came in and they were over what's currently been budgeted. What did those bids come in at?
So we bid the project in November, and over the holidays, I think we received a lower number of bids than we would have liked. We also had some contracting requirements that made it a bit of a cumbersome project for the smaller plumbing type of firms that would have likely bid the project and provided the city more competitive prices. So we had the council rejected the bids. I can't remember exactly which council meeting. I think it was in January, and then we revised the bid package and reposted it. I don't recall what the kind of the unit cost was in those bid results were.
So generally, I think I can be supportive of the direction that Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Mueller are going in with this. I do have concerns, right, that this isn't just sort of, sort of general funds that can be used, and so I'm concerned then that like we engage in this process of trying to find other projects that these specific funds can be used for, and is that exercise the best use of time? And it is my assumption that this project was selected through a sort of prioritization process, right? And so and specifically based on the restriction of those funds. And so are we sort of going back and relitigating that, and are we going to find a sort of a project that we we would prefer? Are the concerns that I have, but generally, again, I'm open. It seems as though there's a process by which we will revisit this. I'm open to other other projects that these funds can be used for, that maybe we would consider a priority over this use.
Mr. Lamb, so the RFP was changed, a new RFP went out today. So how long was the first one? How long ago did that go out?
I don't have the dates in front of me, but we issued the bid, I believe, in November of last year. It was fairly recent.
Are there any follow-up questions or comments on this item? No. Okay. My thoughts on this, I actually would like to see them happen. I think hydration stations are important, and especially ones that need to be replaced that are touchless. So I do appreciate the fact that we need to look at how to repurpose funds in order to fill our deficit. And Ms. Nagaya, you came on for a follow-up comment or a question?
I can, please finish, but I can jump in when you're done.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So I just wanted to briefly mention in response to Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Mueller's questions about potentially repurposing the solid waste funds. So particularly for projects that could benefit the climate action plan goals. So the solid waste fund is paid through rates for garbage. And so the primary use of those funds needs to be anything related to waste diversion or reduction. So in as much as a project has dual benefits with waste reduction and climate action benefits, we could potentially look at other projects, but I don't have anything offhand to suggest that we have a project queued up that would meet both of those benefits more so than what the hydration stations were meant to address. But we're happy to look into that further.
Councilmember Mueller?
Does it have to be physical waste? Can it be gaseous waste?
So physical waste, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, just had to ask.
Holmes?
Yeah, at the risk of seeming really stupid, what's the connection between the hydration stations and waste?
So the bottle filling stations eliminate or reduce the use of single-use plastic bottles for water. So the refilling stations have the ability to, you can use a reusable water bottle or you can reuse your plastic bottle multiple times more easily. So these are essentially, if you think of the bottle filling stations like at the airport, there's also one in the lobby of City Hall right now. It's a contactless system where you put your bottle up to the sensor and it fills the bottle. Otherwise, you have to kind of tilt it at the water fountain, and not the end of the world, but certainly harder to do than with these stations.
So, but this is based on the premise that like people are buying less water bottles. I mean, technically, obviously, right? You just put your water. It's not the easiest, but you just sort of angle it, right? And you can use the current water fountains with bottles now.
Yes, you can't fill it the whole way. So this was identified through the, I believe through the trash and recycling strategic plan as one of the higher priority projects to reduce the plastic waste stream from city facilities. And that's where it came from. So we could certainly look for other purposes for the project, but this was one of the higher priority waste reduction projects that were identified.
And just one final question on this, and so do these specific stations allow for the usage of no bottle at all, or do you have to have a bottle? Because the ones I like see, you have to have a bottle, right? Is that what these are?
Yeah, so you would bring your own bottle and then be able to fill it from the station.
But and so, because like with our current sort of water fountains, I don't need a bottle, right? I can just, again, I know we're in the COVID-19 era where we're no, but in theory, it's like I need nothing additional, and so we're switching to a water system or a water fountain system where you actually need something else.
So I may need to call Chris back to see if it's fully replacing the existing water fountain or an additional feature on the existing water fountain. I believe it's the latter.
Thanks. We can move on. Again, like I said, I am generally supportive of what sort of is being at least proposed as far as exploration by Council Members Nash and Mueller, but I don't want to. I wouldn't be supportive of engaging in too many gymnastics down this road if it didn't seem like it was going to work out. And according to Ms. Nagaya, currently there isn't a project of what she knows of, which is teed up, that could benefit from these funds, and so that concerns me.
Yeah, and we could bring back through the bid award or rejection process, bring back the other projects that were identified for through the trash and recycling strategic plan, and then you could use that information to make the decision once we know the cost of the project and the other alternatives that exist. And I just did get a confirmation that the fountains would be both a drinking fountain and a water bottle filling station.
Councilmember Carlton?
I agree with the mayor. I actually do think this is important in the sense that I remember years ago when I was pregnant and in the park with my toddler, and we ran out of water, and I was really, really, really upset that the water fountain didn't work. And it does make a difference having the water available to people, especially as we encourage them to go out and get exercise. And since these are tied dollars, it's not like we can use these dollars for something else entirely. I think this is a good use of the dollars in terms of helping support people who are going out and getting exercise, and as well as encouraging people not to keep buying new bottles. Is this a zero-sum game for this amount of money? Is it all or nothing? Can we pare this down to strategic areas where it's more critically needed? How were they chosen? Is all of this money that's being used for it tied specifically from the trash? I'm just wondering what flexibility we have on this. But I actually think hydration stations are important.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Carlton. So I think in general, we have the bid package that's out. And so in order to change the scope of the project, we would need to republish a new bid package. So what I would suggest at this point is, given the amount of time that we've invested in the project to date, in addition to the time that's needed for construction, and the fact that this is solid waste services, and I know you have a lot more to get through tonight, it's not general fund dollars, we could bring this back through the bid award or rejection process and then give you more information in order to make a decision on what you'd like to do going forward, but to leave it in the CIP for now, and we could use that process to make any changes to it going forward.
Councilmember Mueller?
I just have a question, Nikki. You're already in the bid process. Is it possible to ask people when are the bids due back? Next Friday or this Friday?
The 9th, so next Tuesday.
Okay, next Tuesday. I mean, my issue with this is not so. I mean, I like filling my water bottle too. I go running, but I'm biking. But the thing that really is standing out to me and making me scratch my head is the $10,000 per location for it to be no touch seems extravagant in our current financial scenario when you could just have a faucet that you turn. And so I'm wondering if that would be if the bid was just to have faucets that people could press or turn, if it would be, and then would swing back, it would be a lot less expensive if the 10,000 is really because it's the cutting edge. And I always worry about something that costs that much that's like no touch, because when it breaks, it's expensive to fix. So I'm just kind of curious if there's cost savings. And so maybe we could get the best of both worlds and still do it, but also have money to do other stuff with. I know there was a time we were flush with money and we could do like no touch and talk about robots and things like that, but we're not in those days anymore, unfortunately.
Okay, so can we move on to the next item? We're still on the first page of CIP.
Yeah, and Mayor Taylor, if I could mention one other thing, not about the hydration stations, but just one suggestion that we could also think about. So we're happy to take questions on the projects as you go through. If you'd also like to think about a target dollar amount for a proposed repurposing goal, we could then bring back recommendations as part of the budget process in the next few weeks. So if there's a dollar amount that you have in mind that you would like to give us direction on, and it helps in terms of just time management to focus on that, we're happy to bring back recommendations about how to best hit the target that you'd like to see going forward as well. So I will turn back to you, but just wanted to make that one potential suggestion as well.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. Okay, so moving to the second page of CIP, which is Parks and Rec. I believe there was an item on there, Councilmember Nash, the Aquatic Center maintenance. I don't know if you had any questions on this. I'm not even sure if we did discuss this with Ms. Nagaya and Mr. Lamb, I believe. So did you have some follow-up questions on this one?
Thank you. Yes, and my computer is having my internet's having problems, so hopefully I will get through this. My question first is for the Aquatic Center maintenance, and just trying to understand. I guess we went through this and decided that there probably was $1 million worth of pool maintenance that needed to be done this year, and that's why we were having the available budget is $646,000, and the additional need was for $400,000. I'm wondering, given that I believe we're just going to have the Bellhaven pool for half the year, because it will be, hopefully we will be doing the Bellhaven Community Center, and so we will not have access to the Bellhaven pool, whether there's any savings there that can be accounted for at this point, and if there's any other way to further reduce that budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. So we did look back at our annual amounts of expenditures over the last few years, and in this particular line, and this fund is particularly for capital investments to maintain the pool, but both pools at Burgess and at the Bellhaven Community Center. So the amount that we have traditionally spent is approximately $100,000 a year, but there are a number of upcoming needs that we had identified and we're working towards in the year ahead. So I think this is an area where there may be some potential for savings, but the way this budget was developed was looking at a 10-year life cycle of the pools and allocating out funds each year that the city would contribute, so that if there were a major system that needed to be replaced or maintained at a significant cost, we would have those funds available. And so this does function a little bit like a savings account, where in case one of those system fails, we would use those funds. So I would caution against returning any of the available funds that have accumulated. But what we could do is look at a potential reduction to the amount proposed for next year if needed, to help close any additional gaps that the council is looking to try and meet.
Thank you. And I'm still here. I just have turned off my camera for internet savings. And then I also had questions on the park playground equipment and how much money. We've got a couple items on here. And again, just given the COVID health restrictions, whether or not it's an area where we could look to defer some payments. So I will stop there.
Councilmember Nash, was that a question for Ms. Nagaya? Okay, Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry. I just want to clarify in my mind because you asked a question and I want to make sure
Yes.
that. Are you there, Betsy? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, did you hear any of that? Basically, my question is on park playground equipment, whether that makes sense to have that in the budget at this point with the given, or at least have additional increases to it, given the COVID health restrictions. And also understanding that they are coming from some other areas, so perhaps that's not a, from the Measure T and the Rec and Lou bonds. So maybe that's not a big concern, but I question why we would proceed with upgrading park equipment right now until we have a more stable situation with the health restrictions and know exactly what they will be for the foreseeable future. No.
Councilmember Carlton.
Hi, Nikki. I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but when I see stuff on the list and it says done, why is it on the list? Does that mean we can take it off? Is it finished? I just want clarification on that because like $1 million per park playground equipment popped out at me as maybe we don't need to replace that right now, but it says done. So what is the status on that? If it says done, how much flexibility do we have?
Yeah, so this is an item where there's a programmatic element to the line on the budget, as well as upcoming work to be done. So in the last year and a half, we've upgraded the Nealon Park Playground using the CIP funds in this account. That work is substantially complete. And we're looking for in the next fiscal year to make progress on 2 additional playgrounds at Willow Oaks Park and at Burgess Park. And so the city had completed a playground safety audit a number of years ago, identified those 3 parks as the highest priority where there were some existing safety issues that we needed to rectify. And so Nealon was the first to be completed. And then the plan for the year ahead was to advance the designs at Willow Oaks and Burgess, and then construct one of the playgrounds at those 2 parks. So as Councilmember Nash stated, this was originally slated as general capital funds, and we, through the review of the projects, identified that this could be instead funded through another source, and so recommended swapping the source to the Recreation in Lieu Fee program, which can only be used for capital investments for new or substantially modified recreation services or facilities in the city. So these funds would be limited only to parks or recreation facility improvements and couldn't be used for any other purpose. And in order to preserve in order to make progress on the playground safety audit results, we think that there's still work that needs to be done here. That said, the playground modifications may not need to be as elaborate as what was done at Nealon. So we can scale the recommendations and the design accordingly if that's the direction of the council. But we do see the need to at least progress with responding to the audit results that we have on file.
Okay, so it's not done, it's in progress.
So the Nealon is done, but the others are in progress, yes.
Right. So this kind of gets back to what I was saying before. If we have a bucket and that bucket says this can only be used for X project, are we really saving money in the city budget if we only save for a particular bucket? Do you see what I'm saying? If it's tied to a specific thing, are we really saving money?
Right, and I think the answer effectively is no if you're focused on the general fund. And that's, I think, been the focus of the council's deliberations over the last month. That's where the anticipated shortfall is in the year ahead. So if you were to take this project off the list, there would be no savings to the general fund at this point.
Okay, so then it gets back to, I just want to understand how we're doing this, because we've had this confusion before with staff. Everything on this list stays on the list as being done unless we pull it off. Is that the way this works?
Yes. So all of these projects at some point in the recent past have been identified as a priority, either in order to respond to a safety issue, as in order to respond to an item that the council wanted to see remedied in some way, in order to preserve our capital assets and investments. So unless they are removed from the list by council action, then we keep them on the list.
No, I get that. I just want to make sure I understand the process. So this process is a list. This isn't staff suggestion for what could be cut. And to the question you asked before, and no one answered it because we don't know, we need staff to tell us. I don't know how draconian to be, because I don't know how much we're trying to cut from this. You know, is our target 5 million from this list, in which case we need to be a little bit more fierce on what we pull off? Please tell us, or someone on staff tell us, what is the target amount that we're looking at on this to pull to balance out the other things that we're doing? Because otherwise it feels to me very arbitrary or emotional, and not necessarily logically trying to fit a specific budget need on how much is being removed.
Right, and that's a fair question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to try and kind of create a circular discussion, but there's roughly a $2.5 million deficit that we had identified after the council's actions last Thursday. And so that is the difference between the expenditure reductions that the council authorized and where we think the revenue shortfalls are for next year. So that target was about $2.5 million, but it does not include yet the potential use of one-time money, which was part of the staff recommendations as well.
All right, so I understand that. So that's from the kind of general rather than the specific pot. Us pulling money from a specific pot doesn't necessarily help us fill that 2.5 million, other than maybe redirecting what staff is working on, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So then as we go through this list and it goes down, when we look at where the funds are coming from, which one of these are actually going to help us fill the 2.5 million?
So the projects that are listed as funded by general capital. So on the spreadsheet, that's the green box in the funding column. And then there are a few projects where we made recommendations to use other funding sources in order to reduce the burden on general capital. So we've incorporated those where we could as part of the recommendations that are before you tonight. And so for the parks playground equipment line, that was proposed to be funded with general capital in the amount of $500,000 a year. Based on our experience with Nealon, we knew that project could be even more expensive. And so we looked to redirect other projects in this category to increase that budget and then fund it through the Rec in Lieu fee program. So this particular line does not have an impact on the general fund capital, the general capital fund.
And that's why there's a zero there. Correct. For available budget. Okay, so what we need to be focusing on is in funding source 1, the general capital, and the ones that actually have money next to them for available budget. Otherwise, we're just kind of spinning our wheels, correct? I just want to make sure I understand the process. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think those recommendations would not help us solve the budget deficit in front of you tonight. That's right.
So right now, because we don't want to be here till midnight again, and we want to get through this, and we want to be effective, that's what we need to focus on is finding that 2.5 million. Correct?
Yes, and that's through a use of the revenue sources that you discussed earlier, the one-time monies, and the CIP. And so all of those things need to help fill that amount. Thank you, Nick.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just would like to remind the council that the presentation that was in the staff report identified 3 tiers of use of one-time money, revenues, or capital improvement funds. Capital improvement funds are very much a one-time money. Once we use them, we lose them. It is not recommended, your finance staff does not recommend using one-time money for ongoing expenditures because that simply kicks the can down the road. The recommendation of the council is that using CIP money is sort of the last resort. There is never enough money for CIP, as Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Mueller are aware with several years on council. We always have an unfunded capital need. And so to answer your question, Councilmember Carlton, if the council is committed to not using the one-time revenue or the one-time money or the revenue that were identified earlier, then this exercise is necessary. But if you're going to use one-time revenue, or I'm sorry, one-time money or a revenue option, then this exercise is not necessarily, it may not be necessary. So I just would like to point that out. And if there are any questions on that, I'm happy to answer.
Vice Mayor Combs, did you have your hand raised earlier? Councilmember Mueller?
I actually, unless there's something we all agree on tonight, because the budget's already being put together, I'm not sure if tonight I want to vote on any CIP items. I actually just am kind of looking forward to talking about them since this is our first time looking at them. We spent so much time looking at the other materials. I'd be happy to have that discussion the night of the actual budget vote to talk about pulling stuff in. But happy to follow your guys' lead if you want to do it differently.
Councilmember Carlton?
I'm happy to give indications of things that I feel comfortable, like downtown, and also for clarification of what it actually means. For example, downtown streetscape, it says general capital is $300,000, it's on hold. Is there really streetscape downtown that we need to spend that money for right now? You know, we can tag things and identify what that actually is. If you guys feel comfortable with doing something like that.
Councilmember Nash, you were there and now you're not.
Thank you. Yeah, I was, anyway. I'm able to watch, I just can't be visible. So I guess I have 2 questions. One is, isn't staff resourcing an issue with, in addition to the budget deficit? Because these projects do take, I assume, take staff resourcing. So I'd like to hear an answer on that. And then beyond that, I have a question like about, and this is some of the cost recovery questions, but about the tennis court maintenance. And I'd love to hear how, I don't know that tonight's the night, but it concerns me that we're spending $120,000 on tennis court maintenance again, we've got some tennis courts that are currently being refurbished, and just are there items which can be deferred without creating major headaches for the future?
So just to follow up,
Thank you.
Councilmember Nash, I believe that was a part of the discussion that we had with Mr. Lamb and Ms. Nagaya and our city manager. And I believe that the money is already, it hasn't been spent completely, but the process has already been started to refurbish the tennis courts. Or am I mixing it up with another project? And I'm not sure if Ms. Nagaya.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Taylor, Councilmember Nash. So I'll start more broadly about some of the programmatic projects that we use for infrastructure maintenance, and then we can kind of circle back to the tennis court specifically. So there are a number of lines of projects in the CIP that we use in order to do programmatic work on those facilities over multiple years. So an example that we can use is the park improvement minor category, where there are minor maintenance and park cleanup items that we need to do each year. And so we use that budget as a way to tackle those more minor needs in a particular facility. Those budgets are important in order to preserve the longevity of the life of each of our assets. So for parks, that comes in the form of everything from landscaping materials to minor patching and cleanup work. In terms of tennis courts, we use that budget line in order to make investments in the courts, doing things like crack sealing and minor work, all the way up to kind of full rehabilitation like you're seeing at Nealon Park right now. And so the work that was done, that is ongoing right now at Nealon, is a more extensive rehabilitation of those 5 courts that is in construction right now. There is not as drastic of work planned for the year ahead, but if you do start wanting to eliminate those lines for that annual maintenance program, then I think we do need to look critically at how we operate the courts, making sure that we have the resources to make sure that there aren't tripping hazards on the tennis courts in particular. And if we can't do that with the budget that remains, we do need to look at potentially taking the step of closing the courts. Because if we can't maintain them and we can't preserve their life, then we need to make sure that there's a adequate investment in making sure that what we are maintaining can be used safely. So we don't have a major tripping hazard tomorrow that we're anticipating popping up, but we do need to make sure that we continue those investments to provide the resources to maintain all the city infrastructure. And I understand the concern with tennis in particular, and we can talk a little bit more about the KEY program and how that works with the courts if you have questions. But in general, those programmatic lines in the CIP are very important to make sure that we have the maintenance needs covered in the year ahead.
Ms. Nagai, I really appreciate the explanation. My concern with the tennis court, which at this moment won't change what the work that's being done there, but the tennis courts are not used by everyone. They're used by whomever purchases a key so that they can use the court. That's correct?
Yes, this may be a good point to call up Mr. Schweigert, the Community Services Director, to talk more about the tennis court key program if you have more specific questions.
No, because I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because we talked about this already. I don't remember who had their hand up first, if there was a hand. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I had a question about table 3. And so in table 3, those are cuts to the CIP or possible cuts that staff has identified or is recommending from the staff report, just so I can understand. So they haven't been incorporated already in the budget, right? So those cuts of, I think, what is it, 2.7 or something, are possible cuts that would provide additional funds to the general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those are the projects that we had identified as being either we weren't able to make progress on in the year ahead, or being lower priority that could be delayed. And so they total $2.42 million. And I apologize, there's a typo in the staff report. It says 2.7. But it's $2.4 million approximately. And we have not yet taken the step to defund those projects in the budget, but we were seeking direction from the council in order to do that as part of the next steps on budget development.
And so then if we were to take those, accept staff's recommendations, would then we be at a balanced budget, essentially?
So the capital needs for next fiscal year totaled $4.85 million. There is an annual transfer that typically happens that's planned to be $3 million. So there's roughly $1.5 million needed of this $2.42 million in order to meet our needs for next year. And then there's roughly $500,000 remaining that could be put towards then the operating budget shortfall of approximately $2.5 million that the council's been working towards. So the use of one-time revenues, as well as that $500,000, is essentially what we had identified to close the remaining $2.5 million gap in the operating budget.
Okay, so then the projects, the sum total of all of the projects in table 3 then those monies then technically aren't really available, all of them.
That's correct, so long as the council wants to proceed with the projects that have been identified for next fiscal year, for 2021 fiscal year, that require general fund capital support.
Okay, I think I'm aligned with Councilmember Carlton that I'm sort of confused on sort of like, and it could just be my, my confusion if they were sort of proposed for consideration, but then really we can't, all of the money that's identified there really isn't available to be cut. There's some portion of it based on a rubric. And so that's just sort of like, because if we talk about the downtown parking structure study, right? And so that's like $700,000, right? And so is all of that $700,000 available or not?
So it is available, but maybe I can show a slide that may help clear up the confusion points. So give me one moment and I will pull this up. Great. Okay. So can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So essentially, from the perspective of just looking at the capital needs for next year, as I mentioned, there's $4.85 million of needs for the upcoming year ahead. So if the council wanted to preserve the annual transfer of $3 million, then there would need to be used $1.85 million from the repurposed list of the $2.42 million identified, and that leaves roughly $500,000 that could go back to help closing the gap in the operating budget. Alternatively, if you wanted to use the repurposed funds first, that $2.42 million, then we could reduce the annual transfer by a concurrent amount. So those would be kind of two options available for the council's consideration. In addition to these, the one-time revenues are the piece that is not factored into the capital recommendations and has been kind of bucketed separately. Does that help? make it worse.
You think so? No, it certainly doesn't make it worse. Thank you. I'm done with questions.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Carlton.
I actually think Betsy had her hand up first.
Okay. Councilmember Nash.
Hi. So my question is on two of the projects, the downtown streetscape improvements in the Ravenswood Avenue grade separation. Those are where alternative sources were found, so that those are not necessarily disappearing off the capital, the CIP, but they're just being, different funds are being used so that those funds are, the prior funds are available for, to be repatriated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So the alternative funding source for the downtown streetscape project was the Downtown Amenities Fund that the Station 1300 project had paid into through their development agreement. And the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade separation project was could be funded through Measure A funds as an alternative. So both of those were identified in order to then allow those dollar amounts that are currently budgeted for those projects to revert back to the fund balance for redistribution.
So I agree with all of these projects being, I agree with this table. I would be for the using this table and doing this before the CIP funds. To use these funnies first.
Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, I'm just looking at what Councilmember Nash was talking about. I kind of agree that I would like to decide the strategy and how much money we're targeting before we go through, unless this is just an information meeting where we find out what all of what's on the list and what each one means. Because I don't know, as I said before, I just off the back of my on the envelope, as they say, looked at it. The Gatehouse fence, the Junior League's talking about wanting to do that. Downtown streetscapes. And these are all things that were in the green column that have money next to them. Civic Center improvements, I'd have to know what that was before I would agree to keep going with that. There's some minor park improvements. I can pull $1.5 million out of this fairly easily, but I don't really know what that incorporates, what that impact is, and I don't know really if we're targeting that or if we're targeting $500,000. I'd like to take a step back, as Councilmember Nash was talking about, to look at the other monies to find out really what we're targeting. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense, and my understanding is that the target dollar amount is the 2.5 million.
Maybe. It looks like there are different options we have depending on where we want to go with this. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah. So I guess I'm confused about, guys, is like, what's our objective tonight? Like, are we going through the CIP so that we understand how we can use these monies later on? Do we want to wait until until the actual budget meeting on the 9th so we know where we are with our labor groups finally before we decide what CIP projects we cut and how much we pull from reserves to balance the budget? I mean, candidly, where I am right now is we don't know, we haven't finished discussions with our labor groups, so we don't know how much is coming in there, if any. We don't know. So once we know that, then we'll know, okay, we have an idea of this much that we need to do in CIP and this much from reserves. But there's still, it's like they're sort of floating around here. So tonight, I candidly thought we'd be looking at the CIP similar to what has been happening. We'd look at different portions of the CIP and go, yeah, like, so generally staff's recommendations, I'm like, yeah, then 1.5 looks good to me. You know, like I get that. There might be other CIP projects on this list, like we talked about, that if, you know, depending upon where we are next week with the budget discussion and those other things, that we might go back and look at. So I sort of look at this as like, this is like a flexible table on the other stuff that's coming in. And then after that, we also, based on what we see coming from the labor groups, we decide how much we want to pull from reserves and look and see if there's some reason why we would do that too. So that's sort of where I am on it. Like staff's recommendations with respect to the CIP, I generally accept. So whether or not we pull a bit more or not we pull a little bit less, kind of depend on what happens between now and June 9th. So that's kind of where I am on it.
I just wanted to follow up. Mr. Jacobson, you came on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify that the $2.5 million is between all of the three options that were presented. The one-time monies, the capital transfers or available funds or revenue sources. However, I just would like to caution that staff will be unable to prepare the budget for June 9th without this direction from council.
No, I have a problem with that, Dan, because can't you guys prepare a budget where you can make certain assumptions? So you could say, you could assume 1.5 million from the CIP or some other, or, I mean, you can make some assumptions in the CIP, right?
So if that is the direction that council gives us to find $1.5 million in the CIP, we can certainly use that number as a target number. However, some of the sources available, such as revenue, for instance, would require council direction, would require incorporation into the budget, or for instance, reserves do require council action to use. Staff cannot use those without council direction to do so.
But we could give you direction on June 9th on reserves, couldn't we?
So June 9th is the planned time that the proposed budget will be prepared, and there is still a $2.5 million need in order to make a balanced budget.
But so with the CIP that we're doing tonight, what's the need on the balanced budget?
So it's $2.5 million from whichever mix of sources the council desires.
Right, and so if we said to you tonight, okay, we're generally comfortable with 1.5, so make an assumption of 1.5, that leaves $1 million remaining. And we said to you, you know, basically we're gonna figure out that last $1 million on June 9th, and it will, we could still do the budget on June 9th. Just like if you prepared a budget on June 9th, and we had changes and modifications to it in that meeting, you guys would make those modifications, right?
So if that is the direction that council desires, we can just plan to use 2.5 million of one-time money of some sort and use that as a placeholder for council to discuss on June 9th.
No, that's not, I don't want that to be ours, because we're still in discussion with labor groups and there might be money coming back from them. If we say to you tonight, we're going to use 2.5, then all of a sudden we have a balanced budget and we still haven't finished discussions with our labor groups.
Right.
So, and that's not happening. So we will do some, like I want to do some mix of the variables we have left on the 9th.
Absolutely. So council will have the opportunity to discuss the budget again on the 9th. This is not the proposed budget. It's just the last lever to get there.
Thank you. Not sure if Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Carlton had their hand up first. Councilmember Carlton.
So I agree. That's what I'm getting at. I don't have enough information on what's happening in the other areas to be able to make a definitive judgment. I'm comfortable doing 1.5, as I said before. I could pull that out right now. So I suggest we move forward more as an information, like for example, downtown street improvement. My gut feeling is I'm okay with not putting more plants in right now, if that's what that means. And so I would like to, I have some that I've pulled out that I would like to ask clarifying questions on, so that if we come back and we say these are things that we can live without, I actually know what they are, because some of them I would like to know more about what the implications are if they're on the list.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
So I'm confused. I went into the meeting today thinking that table 3 was recommended and that we were going to vote to take that. Well, I assumed that it was going to be okay to take these recommendations, which I obviously we need to discuss. But I think everything on table 3 can be moved off. For example, Kat, the downtown streetscape improvements. It's not that the 0.3 is going away. It's that it's going to be taken from the Downtown Amenities Fund, which is a fund from which I believe in this case, Station 1300 had contributed money to it. And so the money is no longer going to be coming out of the general fund. It's now going to be coming out of the Downtown Amenities Fund. And the 0.3 million is going to be used, for example, that's what's some of the money, I believe it said in the staff report, would be used for possibly this idea of closing Santa Cruz Avenue as a pilot, and for anything that's needed there, and possibly for some other enhancements for businesses downtown. So it's not actually going away, it's just being another alternate source was found. Again, with the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade crossing, it's not that it's going away, it's that Measure A money has been identified as available. So I'm not sure why it wasn't, those weren't identified before, but now they are identified. So those two projects aren't actually going away. The facilities maintenance master plan and the Welcome to Menlo Park monument signs. To me, those are projects that can, staff has identified, they haven't been started, and there is $330,000, which we can reallocate to the budget. So I guess and again, with the projects that are resource constrained, there's another $380,000. All of those, basically, I would be willing, I accept everything that's on table 3. And then what I'm confused about is whether we need to find an additional, the number 2.5 million has been thrown around, and I don't know if that's in addition to, well, I guess everything in addition to this is what is going to be working to decrease the annual capital transfer to the CIP fund, which I think is beneficial. But I would love to hear from others whether or not we can accept table 3 as has been proposed by staff.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I'd be prepared to accept all of it except the downtown streetscape improvements. Okay, right? Like I can't.
Right, they're not.
They're what?
They're not going away. It's just it's not going away. It's still going to the $300,000 is going to be there. It's just going to be taken from a fund rather than from the CIP. I agree that I want to see it stay. It's just coming from a different source.
What fund is it coming from instead? Is it coming from reserves instead?
No, it's coming from the Downtown Amenities Fund, the Station 1300, and what some of the larger projects are paying into is the Downtown Amenities Fund. It's part of the community amenity. And
well,
so
let's be clear, it's not coming from a different fund. It's just that we're not going to transfer. We're not going to use this amount. Instead, we're going to use that amount because we already had that amount set aside, right? It's just so like we're basically saying we're not going to fund it this year to this amount. We're just going to rely on other funds that we've had. And so, you know, that one's a hard one for me because God, downtown is in bad shape. So like I would take the 3, I would say, great, well, we should leave that and use the other as well because it needs it.
But the money's still going to be there. It's just coming from a different pocket.
No, but that money, no, but what I'm saying to you, Betsy, is the money's in that pocket, right? We should use the money in that pocket and this money too. Okay, like I don't want to say I'm going to use my right pocket, so I want to use my left. Like I want to use money in both pockets for that one, because which we have now. So I prefer to, you know, the downtowns, and I just like right now, I think it's just universally accepted, like the downtown, you've walked it with me and and the rest of you've seen it. Like, if there's one thing that we know people in our city want us to like work on collectively, it's refurbishing what the downtown looks like. And I think they're going to want that. And I think they're going to want that. I think that's going to continue, recession or not. And I think that actually spurs economic recovery. Some of the things down there that we need, that is needed down there, like that's going to spur bringing in what we talk about is, the renewal that's going to need to take place down there. So.
Councilmember Carlton? You're on mute, Councilmember Carlton.
Excuse me. I was saying, I agree, but the reason I picked on that one is I don't know what they mean by streetscape improvement. I don't know what's included in that. Something like the gatehouse fence, very clear. I get that. So other ones are very fuzzy and I don't know what they mean. And I would, if we're going to cut or not cut, I would like to have a better understanding of what some of them mean. What they include.
Yes, I agree. Sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Jacobson, is this a question for you or Mr. Figueros, just to get a little more clarity on this list?
Sorry, on the list of CIP changes?
The table 3, we're specifically on table 3. It sounds to me like the council is ready to vote to either include all of them or include everything but something specific to downtown. The challenges that I'm hearing from Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Nash is that it's not clear what some of these items are. There's not enough details. Some of them there is, like the fence. It's clear that's for a fence, but some other items, it isn't clear what we're cutting.
So I will have to defer to Ms. Nagai on this one for these CIP changes.
And just to check in with Vice Mayor Combs, did you have anything follow up to what we've already discussed before Mr. Gaia explains a little bit more about this table? I'll take that as no. Ms. Nagaya, can you clarify some of the questions that Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Carlton asked, and also Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I can explain briefly with the Downtown Streetscape Improvements Project. So this was a project in the CIP that helps us implement the streetscape projects that were proposed in the downtown specific plan. So this, in the past, had funded the implementation of the street cafes that exist along Santa Cruz Avenue. And for the year ahead, we had identified the potential need for funds in order to implement a possible street closure of Santa Cruz Avenue, as council members Nash and Mueller had proposed a number of weeks ago. So that's what we had recommended maintaining those funds for the upcoming year. We did recommend swapping the funding source. So instead of drawing funds from the General Capital Fund, we would then draw funds from the Downtown Amenities Fund that was paid as part of the development agreement with Station 1300. So that's the summary of the project. We're happy to answer other questions, but that's a quick overview.
Were there any follow-up questions for Ms. Nagaya? Councilmember Nash?
It's not a question, it's just a comment that there's also another $100,000 that's being proposed for this, for the downtown streetscape improvement. So it would be a total of $400,000 this year to spend on the project.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Nash. We did not identify that funding in the table. on the screen, table 3, because it's already a recommendation that was built into the CIP for next year. So that additional $100,000 is not yet available. It would be available July 1st if the council approves it as part of the budget.
So, Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, go ahead if you have a question. I'll wait.
What's the total on here? If our goal, is our goal 2.5 million?
So I think your goal to balance the operating budget is 2.5 million. The sum total of the projects on this list is $2.42 million. But if the council wants to see the projects that have been identified in the CIP for next year proceed, then as part of the $2.42 million in this table would need to go towards funding those capital needs for next year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
There's some things that I can see adding on to this that would be easy, like the gatehouse, because we're talking about the junior league about them possibly taking that on, and some other things. So there are things to add on to it. There are things that I'd like to discuss further, because while they don't seem like it's going to happen now, it's the seed for a very, very long process. And if we lose that, for example, one of the things about the electrification is the number of trains coming through is going to increase hugely. So much so that the trains coming through are going to impact the timing of the lights and the cars going through Ravenswood, east and heading west. And if we don't have a separation or something to manage that, there will be a backup of cars. It will really significantly impact. We've gone through this. And I would like to not lose that study, because once we lose that political will, it'll be very difficult to bring it back again. And this is something that is coming and will really negatively impact. So leaving that on, we can pull some easy things off, like the gate, which we can find the funding and other people to do for us. And so if I'm would like to propose that, if that's kind of what we're looking for. And you said this is more things on this list than we need to pull off, than we need for the budget.
You're on mute, Ms. Nagaya.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So first, let me just briefly touch on the Ravenswood Avenue study. So that was proposed to be funded from a different source for the year ahead. So that's shown as swapping general capital funds out with Measure A funds, which are dollars that are only allowed to be used for transportation purposes. So I think that won't have a net impact on our ability to fund the work. We have separate resource constraints with staff in transportation, as we've discussed over the last couple of weeks, that will limit our ability to advance that project more generally. So that's kind of one piece. More broadly, on this list, there are projects totaling roughly $2.42 million in capital needs that could be reverted back to the general capital fund. But there are additional needs beyond the annual transfer for next year that we may need to use some of these to fund those projects. So I think the overall, if the council wanted to fund all of the planned needs for fiscal year 2021, we've identified that amount as $4.85 million in projects. Then what we would draw on from this list would leave roughly $500,000 to go towards the operating shortfall of $2.5 million. Does that make sense?
I'm just confused if we're finding the funding to do it somewhere else, why it's on this list, because this list seems like it's things that are going to be cut and not happening rather than something that's going to be refunded from something else?
So there are 4 categories of projects on this list. Some that are that would be delayed and not pursued next year. And then the 2 that we've identified for alternate funding sources are the Downtown Streetscape Improvement Project and the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain Grade Separation Study.
Okay, I think this is a good start. I would like to look into it further. I'm not going to vote on whether or not I approve this or I don't approve this tonight, because to Councilmember Mueller's point, I don't know what our target is, and we might be able to look back on some other decisions and factor that in. I'll let Councilmember Mueller speak.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I'm just confused by the language that it's coming from another source. Unless it's coming from an external grant, it's coming from city money. So when we say it's coming from another source, if it's not coming from an external grant, it means we're pulling from reserves fund of some sort. It's just not coming from the general fund, right? I can't hear you.
Sorry. So you're correct. It's not coming from the general fund, but the way we have our accounting system structured, I'll use Measure A as an example. Project funds that come to the city from Measure A sales tax dollars collected by the San Mateo County Transportation Authority are separated into a different fund. They can only be used to fund transportation expenditures. So in order to tap those funds, we need to highlight only a project that could be used in that bucket. And so the grade separation study at Ravenswood can be eligible for those dollars, but not all of our capital needs can be funded through Measure A. Similarly, the funds that were collected from Station 1300 as part of the Downtown Amenities Fund, those are separated from the general fund in a standalone account that would only be used to support improvements in the downtown. And so what we're recommending is swapping the source. They are monies that the city already has on our books, but they are not general fund dollars. So that would help us close the overall general fund gap that you see for the year ahead.
Okay, so basically what it is we're going to take money from savings to, well, I don't understand. So we would fund the downtown streetscape improvements this year to the tune of 300, or do we not? I mean, do we have a downtown streetscape? This one's really confusing me. Do we have a downtown streetscape improvement project for $300,000 right now?
Yes.
And what is that project? Like, has council approved that already? Like, what is it?
So this is funds that were identified in order to construct the streetscape improvements identified in the downtown specific plan. So the work that had been done was implementation of the street cafes along Santa Cruz Avenue. And this additional funding was potentially a source that could have been used to expand that program. So we've had a number of requests over the last few months. There was a pending item before the council, but it's been on hold. So we did not have a plan for this money for next year until the proposal from yourself and Councilmember Nash to potentially consider closing Santa Cruz Avenue.
But if that project had come forward during the year, and let's say it had been $450,000, we could have taken the $300,000 allocated this year from the general fund, plus at that time went to the downtown amenities fund and taken 150, right? Like, we can take it anytime from the downtown amenities fund.
Yes, that's a separate additional funding source, and I believe it was a contribution of $1 million. We can confirm the amount, but for right. As an estimate.
But my point is, we can take that anytime we want. Like, it doesn't have to be done at budget time. If I want to take money from the downtown amenities fund, I can take it anytime I want, right?
But we can't spend it until it's budgeted. So you'd have to do a budget amendment in order to program the fund. But yes.
During the year, right? So, yes. But the budget amendment can be done with anything that comes programmatically before. So we just say we're amending the budget. We're going to bring this forward and do it, right?
Yes.
So why would we say right now we're going to take the 300, we're going to have an alternate source for that 300 if we don't have a project yet for that?
So the approach that we took in developing these recommendations was to first look for projects that could be funded through another source.
Okay.
So that was one of the steps that we took to identify alternative sources. Secondly, yeah.
Okay. So you thought, I mean, basically what it was is you thought, based on the conversation we had this year, that 300 would have been what we would have been using. It's like, well, you guys can still get that accomplished this year, but it's just going to be 300 out of your pocket from from this. But if you want to do something for 300,000, you got it. You're just spending it from savings. So, okay. So the question is, do we want to cut that from general? The question is, it's just really simple. The question is, do we want to do we want to pull from savings 300 this year? Or do we want to keep putting money aside to do downtown, to do that work? So it's a simple policy question. Do we want this year to keep adding to the money that we're putting aside to improve the downtown? Or do we not want to do that this year and just say if we're going to do the downtown, we're going to pull from the savings? I personally, like, if we're from a policy looking at like CIP projects here that we still want to be putting money towards, I still think we should be taking 300 and setting it aside for a big project downtown, because I think there's more than $300,000 worth of project that needs to be done downtown. And that's all I have to say. So the rest of it I'm fine with. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilmember Bueller. Councilmember Nash?
Two comments. One is, I guess I'm really confused because to me, whenever we have restricted funds, we should use those first, because we can always decide to allocate more from a general fund. But if we, whatever we're using in the general fund, I would rather use the restricted funds first, unless someone can give me a reason why we shouldn't be doing that. Just because it leaves the general funds available for more opportunities. And especially in a situation like this, where we're trying to reduce the amount of money, I believe, that we're spending from the general fund, although I know it's still the same, it's just a different pocket. It's still the same city money. It seems like it's treated differently because it's a restricted fund. So that's one piece, I guess, is just I'm having trouble understanding what the issue is with spending restricted funds rather than general funds. And then the second piece is just a request for staff that for the next meeting, I would like to know what staff resources you need in order to push the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade separation study ahead. Because if we have some of the funding, but what's really constraining us is the resources, I'd like to know, be able to make a decision on the resources to push the project ahead. So a specific request for that project, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I don't know if Ms. Nagaya wanted to follow up. Well, I'll take Councilmember Carlton's question first.
I was just saying, for the record, in case anyone didn't see my thumbs up, I agree with Councilmember Nash. Well, for that matter, with Councilmember Mueller as well, but in particular on that, I would like.
So I wanted to follow up with staff to find out if you have enough direction from the council.
Can I make a
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Before I do that, Ms. Nagaya, just Councilmember Combs. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, sorry, and I don't know, I lost you guys off for a few minutes there, and so I don't know if this is repeat something that was already stated, but I mean, as far as direction goes, at least before I dropped off, staff kept on referring to like sort of the three sources here, And it seems like to me though, that like the revenue options have been taken off the table from everything I've heard today, but certainly please keep me honest and correct me if I'm wrong. And so we are looking at, again, those other two sources. So when we're going into this meeting next week, it seems as though at least one thing that seems to have been accomplished from this meeting is that there seems to be a consensus not to look to revenue sources as a way of bridging this gap.
Ms. Jerome Robinson, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So just from a global perspective, I think we have a $2.5 million gap. And I think what we were proposing is different sources of funding for some of the capital projects to free up some of the general fund money, which could leave a $2 million gap, I believe. And so we would need council direction on how to backfill that $2 million, whether you want to pursue additional cuts tonight or whether you want us to, as a placeholder, use reserves or, and those are really the two options. I agree with Councilmember Combs that revenues don't seem to be on the table.
Thank you. I don't know who had their hand up first, Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so what I propose is that we would adopt everything in table 3, but for the downtown streetscapes. And that looks to me to come out, what's that dollar amount if you take that out?
So in that case, the total of the sum total of the table minus that line is 2.12 million. So it's 0.3 million for that project.
So it's 1.8 million is what we just did right there.
Sorry, 2.12 million.
Right,
so it's 2.42 with that project.
It's 2 point what? 42. So it's 2.12 million right there. Okay, so what I would suggest is for the budget, assume those am I making a mistake? What?
No, I just wanted to say that since those are funded by alternate sources, doesn't that mean that they both stay? That's what I'm saying. That
Right.
both
Well, I'm just
stay
saying
as being funded by alternate sources.
Right. So those stay as being funded by alternate sources. They come out of the general fund. And then what I'd say is so that would leave like $400,000. So, that leaves 400,000 left. And what I would say is we leave it there because we still have discussions. We still have discussions ongoing with labor. We still have decisions on what we may decide that we want to change things at the budget hearing coming up. Some of these things may come back in. Some of the cuts we previously made, we may decide we want to go ahead and change on. But I think that is basically our direction is to prepare a budget, assuming all of these things plus except for the downtown streetscape improvements, with assumptions that we can either pull from reserves or that we can continue to modify the budget to reach a final ending budget and leave it there.
Councilmember Carlton?
Sure, with a clarification on what Councilmember Mueller was saying, I agree we need to support our downtown. I hope it's doing well this evening. The Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade separation study is on the list twice. One for 2.9 million and one for 2.9 million on the other section, one for projects that are resource constrained. Now, which one is it? If it's projects that may be funded by alternate sources, they both stay on because we found alternate sources to pay for them, to Mueller and Nash's point. I just want,
you know what? Let's just take that one off too. So let's just say we'll take off Ravenswood and we'll take off Santa Cruz and say we're going to figure it out at the June 9th meeting, but we're waiting for concession. We're waiting also to find out where we are concessions.
Absolutely. And we can add on the gatehouse because we're talking to the Junior League about doing that.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I'm confused because the fact that the downtown streetscape improvements is on here is not saying that we're not going to do the project. It's saying that the project is being funded by a restricted fund, which is the Downtown Amenities Fund, as well as the Ravenswood Avenue Caltrain grade separation is on twice. But one of the reasons is because, again, it's not that it's is because it's being funded by Measure A funds rather than general funds. And then it's on the second time because it's a resource constraint.
Right.
But so I guess I'm struggling to understand what
I'll explain it.
concern is.
I'll explain it. So we're saying usually what we would do is we would take general fund monies for this. Okay, so we would use money that would come, in this case, we're still gonna have general fund monies coming from property tax revenue. So that's income. So I'm a business, I'm gonna spend something on this, I'm gonna use it from income to do it. And I'm gonna say, okay, the money from income this year, I'm gonna use on this. And what this says instead is, instead of me using income that's coming in, I'm gonna go over here into this bank account and pull to do that. And what I'm saying is, I don't wanna do that. I wanna use from savings and I wanna use from income. And what this alternative is saying is the only place we're gonna take money from is from savings to do it. And I'm saying, no, I want the extra money compounding together. I want to continue to take money from what's coming in through the property tax, because it's not coming in from TOT or sales tax this year. I want to keep the money that's coming from property tax and keep aggregating that together to make a bigger pot.
So I guess question for staff is, how much money is in the Downtown Amenities Fund right now?
So I believe the Downtown Amenities Fund contribution from Station 1300 was about $1 million, and it has not been used for anything to date.
So really what we're talking about, I believe, is how much money to allocate to the downtown streetscapes improvements rather than, okay, I'm really not following that.
What we're saying is, in general fund money that's coming in, that's money that's coming in this year. And so we're saying the difference is, at the end of this year, we'll either have $1.3 million or we'll have $1 million. Okay, so it's general fund money that we would allocate. Yes, it's general fund money that's coming in, and we're going to have that amount of money we budgeted out. And we're saying of the money that would come in this year, we would take $300,000 and spend that. And what staff's saying is, instead of taking that money that's coming in this year, that $300,000, we're going to take all that money and you put it elsewhere, and you're going to take the $300,000 from your savings. And so the difference is, I'm saying I still think it's a priority to use money that's coming in this year, even though we're in a recession, and set that aside for the downtown, as opposed to just taking money from savings.
But it's all the city money. So all your, I mean, I guess
it's not, but the difference is, Betsy, no, it's not. The difference is it new money that's coming in, or is it, or the difference is, do you still want to be aggregating money that's coming in this year, so it's becoming $1.3 million? Or do you want to take just $1 million, or do you want to and set it aside for this purpose? Or do you want to go just say, I'm not going to take any new money for this purpose, I'm not going to allow it to compound. Instead, if I need to spend this year, I'm only going to spend from savings. It's how we're prioritizing what we're doing with money coming in this year, is what this action does.
Budget right now, I don't understand. I mean, and plus it's $400,000 right now. I guess what I'm struggling with is, it seems to me that we don't even know what we're going to use it for, basically, and what we should do. In my mind, what is most prudent to do is to use the money from the restricted fund, and then if we have an additional use for it, if we need more money, we come back and do a budget amendment, which then says we need more money for this, but the money is then available for another use? Because otherwise we're pulling money from, I mean, isn't this also?
But the issue, but Betsy, the issue is this, is that if we take this money and we put it somewhere else, we're going to reallocate it right now to balance the budget. We're going to take that 300 and it's going to, that 300 that would have come this year, and it's going to be used to balance the budget elsewhere. And what I'm saying is I don't want to do that. I want to take the money income this year because I think it's a priority that's important to the public. I want to go ahead and aggregate that. And if we have to balance the budget, we'll use funds elsewhere to balance the budget. But we can need to continue to aggregate that and prioritize that.
Okay, I disagree with you. I understand what you're saying, and I just think you're essentially saying you want this money and that money too. And if I just do it out of that money, then someone else will. If I just do it out of the downtown, what's it called? The Downtown Amenities Fund, then someone else may spend your money that was previously allocated to it from the general fund. And you want to have both the Downtown Amenities Fund plus the money from the general fund, if I understand correctly.
Absolutely, because I think we have more than $1.3 million worth of improvements to the downtown. I think we have a ton of improvements that need to be done to the downtown. And I think that right now, what's thought of is what was always thought in the back of people's mind was, well, when it'll come up, we'll just do a tax measure or something. And that day isn't going to be for a long time, and our downtown is needing repair now. So I do not want to reallocate general fund money for that.
Because I think one of the things we need to do is we need to look at the downtown specific plan and take a look at what we want to do downtown. So I think we have minor improvements that we can do right now, but I don't want to spend $1 million to do something that when we should be looking at the downtown specific plan and really doing a greater looking at the entire situation rather than it doesn't make sense to.
Then we just have a policy disagreement. That as long, now that you, so because now, but the issue is now that you don't understand what we're doing. The issue is now you just disagree with the policy that we could still be prioritizing that money coming in and aggregating it.
I would actually say that I've always understood what we were doing, and in fact, you're trying to game the system. And I really think that
well, now wait a second, time out. That is uncalled for and inappropriate. To say that I want to go ahead and take money that was allocated to the general fund is that's inappropriate.
No, Ray,
that's inappropriate.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm just saying it that.
So I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. And there's lots of feedback, and it may even be me. And I apologize for not stepping in sooner. And part of this discussion, we were supposed to have a study session with downtown, with the chambers to talk about downtown. So part of this discussion belongs there. Councilmember Nash, you brought up the downtown specific plan. That's another discussion. Councilmember Mueller was explaining his position as far as what his vision is for downtown and how to get there. I realize that we keep having long meetings about money and it's challenging, but I would like to go back to what we were supposed to be doing from the beginning. I had a question for staff to see if we actually met whatever the discussion we needed to be. I'm trying to get back on task, Councilmember Mueller, because it's after 8:30.
I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to end on a comment on that discussion where I spent a considerable amount of time just trying to explain the budget of revenue coming in and how that revenue comes in and aggregates, because I'm explaining the budget document that is somehow gaming the system. That's inappropriate. That's inappropriate.
Wait a second.
Honestly, I think that this is the discussion that you two need to have offline. That's what I think. Let's just have it offline, because the last thing I want to do is that five people end up arguing at one time, which is it's not productive. Councilmember Mueller, you're on mute.
Did you just mute me? No,
I can't mute you.
Very good. Okay, what I'm saying is I'm not having an argument with anyone. What I'm saying is I think it was inappropriate to accuse me of gaming the system when I'm not doing anything. I'm just explaining a budget document.
I'm sorry, I did not see gaming the system as a negative. I just saw it anyway. It was not meant as a negative comment. It was meant as just a different way of doing things. And I was also reacting to the fact that you were thinking that I did not understand what was going on when in fact I did.
Betsy,
So
you said numerous times you didn't understand what was going on. You said numerous times you didn't understand. So that's why I thought you didn't understand.
Well, that's okay.
So going back to the question I asked staff as far as our discussion this evening, if there was enough information provided in direction from council so that staff can proceed with their budget preparation for next Tuesday.
Thank you. I'll defer to Councilmember Carlton.
I do have some questions on the details and the ramifications, but I will take that offline with staff, if that's okay with everyone, just because I want to make sure that if certain things get cut, I know exactly what the ramifications are of that.
So my understanding at this point is that we had a $2.5 million deficit coming into this. We're adding an additional contribution to the downtown scape. And so we have a $2.8 million deficit. So we'll just come back at the next meeting with additional cuts for June 9th. Is that what the council wants? Or we could plug it with reserves and resolve that at the next meeting. Which I just as a point of order, we have to get the agenda material out by Friday, so we don't have much time.
Councilmember Nash.
So I just want to state that I do not have a problem with using some reserves.
Member Carlton.
So Starla, I don't have a problem with table 3, as I understand it. I want to understand if we cut, for example, facilities maintenance master plan, what the long-term to short-term ramifications of that are. And so I may come back at our next meeting and say, it is my understanding that this might not be a good thing to cut. But as it is, as I understand it, the projects that are funded by alternate sources are not going away. We're not cutting those because they have alternate sources. The rest I can live with, but I will follow up to make sure that I fully understand how that's going to play, because sometimes you move one piece and other things fall. Are you good with that?
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm okay with table 3.
Okay, so I think, and others will correct me where I'm wrong here, that with the additional funding for the streetscape, then we'll save 200,000 here. We had a $2.5 million deficit. If the council's willing to use that additional 200,000 or reduce the transfer by 200,000, that leaves us with a $2.3 million deficit.
Does that include pulling the street improvements and the grade separation? They will continue, but with other funding?
Yes, not pulling. No, the streetscape. What I heard from, what you tell me. I am not sure where the council is on streetscape.
Okay, so as I understand it, those 2 items will continue to be funded, but they will be funded from other areas. They will not be cut in terms of they will continue to happen.
But I think Councilmember Mueller was stating a position of having both the general fund and the community, the downtown amenities fund funded. So for additional funding, he was adding funding to that project.
So that kind of gets back to, I potentially agree. I just don't know what that includes. Does it include putting more flowers in, or does it include something more substantial? I don't know what is defined by that. So when you and I meet, unless you want to explain it to us now, I just want to understand what that actually means, because I think I'm in agreement, but it's fuzzy.
I think that's better handled offline, to be honest with you.
I agree with you too. So in theory, I agree. It's really important we support our businesses, hugely important that we support our businesses downtown. And if these are improvements that are going to make our downtown more successful, I'm 100% behind it.
Great.
But I want to
Councilmember
be
Mueller?
able
excuse
to
me.
look residents in the eye and say, yes, I chose this money to be spent this way over other things because I know that it's going to help our business. I want to know in my heart we're doing the right thing.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I personally am not prepared to fill in the blank with reserves until we have seen the concessions from labor. So once we have those, and I'm more than happy, I've said it, I'm more than happy to use reserve money. But I don't think, I do not want to say we're using this much until we've seen, well, how much is coming in from labor.
Councilmember Nash?
So my understanding is that we actually, what will come to us on June 9th, next week, will be the proposed budget, and then we can refine it as much as we want to, so that if there is an amount that's of the reserves there, it's not actually allocating, it's just sort of a place filler, as opposed to that we're committing. I guess, Dan, could you please explain what would be the difference between using reserves or some other method?
So the direction that we understand at this point is to not include use of reserves. So we would identify additional cuts in order to eliminate the deficit. And council has the option to add those programmatic changes back in if council desires to use reserves in order to do so.
Councilmember Nash, did you have a follow-up comment or question?
Okay, yes, now I actually am asking a question because I am confused. I want to, could you explain what the options are again for using reserves, or what else you would do if we don't? And if we're saying we're using reserves right now, that's not a commitment, that's just a place, is it just a place filler?
So the options are either to use reserves in order to maintain the services that are still considered part of what staff understands to be desired by council, or to remove an additional portion of those services in order to not have expenditures to exceed revenues. So if the council desires, there can be a placeholder in order to maintain the services that remain after council went through the exercise of identifying service reductions, or an additional number of service reductions can be identified, which removes the remaining need.
Did that help, Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. Yes. So I am comfortable with using reserves in this situation and then doing a further review on the 9th and seeing where exactly, if we want to continue using reserves or if there's somewhere else that we want to tweak.
Councilmember Mueller?
I think it's a tremendous mistake to signal to the public in the public document that we're using reserves to balance the budget before that there's been the concessions accepted from the unions. I think it will set the hearing off on a very bad note. I do expect the unions are going to be making concessions, but I do not think we should have a document that goes before the public that doesn't take into account before we pull from reserves to balance the budget.
Vice Mayor Combs?
If Councilmember Nash wanted to specifically respond to that, I'll let her go.
Oh, I just wanted to get Councilmember Mueller, what would you recommend? Because I'm perfectly willing to take another, to go with another suggestion.
I think we just let staff go ahead and figure. So right now with the table, as with the direction that we've given, it's a very small deficit that's left. With the table direction given tonight, I think the deficit's left around $300,000. I think staff can identify 300,000 alternative cuts and we can decide whether to accept them or not. So, or alternatively, it could just be on June 9th, here's an amount of money that the city council needs to figure out tonight.
Councilmember Carlton?
We have too many things that aren't wrapped up right now to start finalizing the budget and where things are going to come from. I think we've given substantial direction on our thoughts and feelings on how this might be addressed. And I think that it's a good time to wrap this up and come back when we have further information, when we know exactly where the cuts are going to be necessary, because there's some things that might come back, there's some things that might go away. We just don't have all the information to make final decisions right now.
Mr. Rome Robinson?
So I just want to be clear that the deficit at this point is either, depending on how we deal with the streetscape, 2.2 million or 2.8 million. Someone may have misspoke earlier.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I'll just add, yeah, that was my understanding of the deficit also. I think I don't know where this aligns me in the discussion, but I'm supportive of staff making cuts that balance the budget or that sort of makes up the shortfall. And then when we next get this in the next council meeting, making a decision whether we think that those cuts are appropriate or not, and then the extent to which we want to go into reserves to retain those services or those projects. And I would just prefer to like start off that with this is the worst it can get, and so the extent to which we want to add things, then we pull from reserves versus having to fill that, like having to start that night off trying to make up this difference and not knowing exactly where it's going to possibly come from.
Councilmember Nash?
So is staff pulling pulling that amount of money from services or from CIP?
Services.
So you would be making.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I'm comfortable with that. I'd like to hear staff's recommendations, and then we can see what comes in concessions, and then make decision with respect to whether or not we pull from reserves.
So if that's the direction of the council, can you identify if there are any programs that are off limits for cuts?
I personally would like to hear staff's best recommendations, and then we can decide. So
we're happy to do that, but if there's something that the council is not willing to consider, it would use our time more efficiently to bring you what you will consider.
But if we're not willing to consider it, then it'll probably be a decision then that we don't want, that we want to pull from reserves. Like, well, we're not going to do that, so we'll pull from reserves. I actually think it allows us to pull away from the idea that we're micromanaging you guys, and to hear from what your vision of the city is, understand that, and then say, okay, from a policy perspective, we appreciate that you provided us that information, that we're going to pull from reserves instead.
Okay.
That's where I am on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
I agree. The only thing that I think is obvious is there's certain things, for example, in the water area, where it's not really an option. We're mandated to address some of these things. So we're mandated to address these things. So that's obvious. The other things, I'm happy to hear staff's recommendations. So if you ask me what's off the table, the things that we're legally obliged to do. Other than that, let's have a discussion.
Thank you. One piece that is missing here for me is just knowing what our residents want, which is why I'm glad that we're having another discussion. So I support having the staff's recommendation. And on Tuesday, if we don't agree, then we don't agree. But this is definitely to be continued. So since we are not voting on anything, there was one piece that did not get dealt with earlier, and that was a report out from closed session. And Mr. Jacobson came back on. Do I need to wait for you, Mr. Jacobson, before I move on?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was hoping to just reiterate one last time so that staff fully understands the direction. Staff understands the direction from council to be to identify the staff's best recommendation for $2.8 million in additional expenditure reductions in order to eliminate the deficit.
Councilmember Mueller?
How did that just grow to 2.8? Because I know it wasn't that after we did table A. So I'm very confused. It seems like it just got bigger.
It's the 300,000 for the streetscape. That's not the title of it, but downtown.
Okay, I could have sworn Starla just said two numbers that were smaller than that, but okay.
We will double check all of our numbers. That's what the next week will allow us time to do, is fully prepare the budget and prepare it in a holistic manner so that everything is tied out and available for City Council to consider.
Okay. So the last item is that a report out from closed session, and if Ms. Silver is still here, if she could do the report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do not have any reportable action at this time from closed session, but we are getting closer with our labor unions and do hope to report something in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. And that is the last item on our agenda. Just to double check with Ms. Herron to make sure we covered everything.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. I have no other items that require City Council attention at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Good night.